Good evening. Let's see. I ignored daylight savings a little bit. What do you mean, how late? Hi, D10. Hi, Asher. You were waiting since... Okay, you were waiting since 5 at least, right? You wouldn't believe I'd be ready at 5 on the day that daylight savings time happened, right? Clay, welcome back. I got the thing that you sent. I was saving it for the 14th. But that's a Saturday, so like Friday or Sunday. Why am I nervous? DSC did in fact take me a little bit. Hi, Salute the Monkey. Hi, Delson. Hi, Barak. I'm gonna read you a bedtime story. This isn't your mother's bedtime story. You know that, right? Actually, wait. Well, maybe, actually, now I think about it. The cheap paperbacks that she doesn't want you leafing through. And then his heart gave out, throwing his life into disarray and writing his confession, plunging him to a deep despair. That is what happens. Except it was her confession. Never must. She only loved him for his endurance. No? I don't think so. There's no way she could have known. Katawa Shoujo saved DC? Oh, that's what you were rolling. Cool, thank you for the lurk. Very cute cat. I think it's a cat. It's like a pumpkin cat? Hold on. I've got to get closer to see. It is! Okay, it is a pumpkin cat. It is. It is. Hi, Orange. Yeah, no, I stayed up way too early this morning. And then just like, oh, wake up kind of early, but it's too early. I didn't get enough sleep. I'm gonna go right back to sleep and double the amount of sleep that I get. Thank you, Generic, for the watering. Thank you, Rog, for the 25 stream streak. It's not water right now, it's green tea. Something to kind of wake me up a bit. Your mom would have possibly read this. Honestly, in today's, like, human generations, right? It's entirely possible that someone's mom read Katawa Shoujo. Someone's mom wrote Katawa Shoujo! And then they proceeded to have a kid, and their kid is... Okay, it came out in 2012, which means... The kid would be 14 now, potentially, at the very most. But imagine a couple more years' time, because children never look at this stuff when they're underage. Finding out that your mom not only read Katawa Shoujo, but she wrote Katawa Shoujo. I do not know your mothers yet. Do you want me to know your mothers? Do you want me to send her a sternly worded email about your behavior? You're less productive without social media? Oh, sorry, Clay. You need those little distractions. Someone's mother read those raunchy romance novels with a shirtless blonde guy in the front. I never saw my mother with those. However, I do know someone else's mother. Not mother, their grandmother lent their granddaughter those novels. What? Hi, Axelia, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Happy 1K too! I wasn't able to make it because I've been sleeping during the day. But you're playing Helldivers for it, right? Hope you have fun. I also saw your bunny girl, very cute. And all the names. I'm sorry I missed out. We are going to be playing Katawa Shoujo in a bit, but first we're just chatting a bit. Catching up. Thank you, Geek Forever. I've got feet, too. You're not here for that, right? In stereo now? Helldivers is in stereo? Or Bunny Girl's in stereo? She wrote Shizune's route. You would not be happy with your mom having written Shizune's route. Have you guys, everyone who joined, have you played Katawa Shoujo before? We're talking about Katawa Shoujo and romance novels and mothers. Be hard to walk without them? It would be. Not impossible, but hard. Haven't heard of it in a while. Since 2012 when it came out. It's not retro yet. I played through everyone's route except for Hanako's, so that is what the plan is today. Last week I restarted the game. This week we're halfway through the first act on the route to Hanako. Hanako. Never heard of it. Likely story. Likely story. Getting up for water, walking back to your desk to realize it took you over an hour. Is that what happened to you for daylight savings? I kind of completely missed. Like, 20 minutes before. Oh, daylight savings in a little bit. And like 10 minutes after, I think. Oh, it happens. It's now 3 a.m. You're up till 3 and hit like a ton of bricks. It doesn't feel like it though, right? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! Okay, I didn't. Okay. Hopefully nothing happens. Sorry, I was swiping around on chat a little bit to like scroll up, but it scrolled me to the side. And that is the moderation. And I also tapped someone's name, and it's kind of I didn't just accidentally ban them or time them out, right? That would be really bad. I did not. I hope I did not. That was me trying to figure out, like, did I instigate something? Haha. I'm sorry, Hickory. You were the line of fire. No. Ox, I can't believe you've been banned from anyone's chat. Though I do believe you have banned someone, haven't you? Have you actually? Now I think about it, how did you ban him? Set him free. Let me double check. I surely didn't accidentally ban him. No. Okay, mod actions. There's nothing in the mod actions for it. Is there a filter? I've never done this before, so okay. Ban. I did not accidentally ban him. Excellent. Yeah, I think weren't you talking about like saying something and like surprise getting banned? And like no very clear reason why? Hi Mojo, welcome. / unban. That would require me to actually have chat up in some meaningful way where I can easily type. Primnose? Primnose. Knows what? Okay. I think I'm ready. Let me see. We got a slightly updated screen for the next shot. Let's see. I need to adjust that transition every single time. I hate it. Look! We got, a piece on top! It's gonna eventually cover up the Whoops Can't Show in Christian Manga Edition, right? Eventually. But not actually, I'm not going to do that because we're just gonna play Hanako's route, so we're only gonna get, one other piece of paper. Clay. You seriously have never heard of it? Okay, rundown. Katawa Shoujo is a visual novel about a school for people with disabilities. It started with a Japanese illustrator drawing up some rough character designs. And a bunch of people on the internet said, we like those girls. Why isn't there a video game for this? Why isn't there a visual novel? And so they banded together and made it after like a decade or something like that. And it is surprisingly like touching for its origins. And there are 5 different girls. There is Emmy. She got into an accident. She was in an accident when she was young, where she lost her father and also her legs. There is Rin, who was born without arms, and she's an artist. There is Shizune, who is the class representative. She's deaf. And Lily, who is the resident Ojo, and she is blind. And there's also Hanako. Did I say 5 or is there 6? Fuck, did I? So 5. Hanako, who I know the least about because I never finished her route, but she is a burn victim. Emmy's my favorite. Emmy's very much a go-getter. Yeah, there was a few... There was going to be a sequel potentially, or like a spin-off, but never happens. Don't tell Hanako she looks hot. Do not tell Hanako she looks hot. Never, ever. I don't think that would go over very well on multiple angles. Oh, right, and yes, there is he's not a room. He's a roommate, but not in the sense that you share like a bedroom, but you're sharing a living quarters together. A housemate, I guess? But you're in a dorm. I don't know how to describe it. Like, you have some shared quarters. Dorm mate. Yeah, dorm mate is a good word. And he is mentally unwell. Played for laughs. Mostly, I think. Mostly. He's also legally blind. And then there's Misha, who is also not dateable. She's Shizune's interpreter / best friend. Also a student. There's a number of other characters too, but those are the most important ones that we will be running into. We haven't met all the girls yet, though. We have only met Shizune, the deaf girl, Lily, the blind girl, and Hanako, the burn victim. Only ones with sprites. Oh no, there are plenty of other sprites. I know because I looked through the sprite files. The reason why I have it set to this is because there is an option in the options for disabling adult content. However, there are some areas where there are still nude sprites because the creators did not consider nudity to be adult content necessarily. But I'm going to err on the side of not getting banned from Twitch, so I went and I modified the sprites so that they fade to black for the ones that may potentially show up. So that's why I also modded this in so that I would make sure that I knew I am in the right edition when I pop up the game, because I also grabbed the HD mod for it. Hi Mog, welcome. Impressive I can do it. You can do it too, you just have to find the instructions on the internet for unpacking RenPy files. RenPy files? I am going to be playing Katawa Shoujo. Hanako's route. Slightly modded game file, haha. I also should make sure I have up the instructions for getting Hanako's route, because I don't need to go down anyone else's route because I already know them. Or knew them when it came out. Renply? No, it's... RenPy. Okay, RenPy. Okay. I guess because if it were into capital P, then it would just be RenPy, right? Okay. Oh, it's a Python thing. God, you know what? That actually makes a whole lot of sense because I installed I didn't actually have to install Python because I already had Python installed. Python 3. But that would explain why the instruction said Python 3. Run Pi, not run P. Yeah, but not everything takes the apostrophe. So, like, when I'm looking at the websites and stuff, it's just the capitalization. That's it. Yes, we will get a Mikey and L animated scene once we get the right route. But if I'm... You know, I have to tear myself away from going the Emmy route. I had to tear myself away from it. Have a good time, Ox. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for the raid again. I hope you have a good night. Let's see. I move this here. This here. I do not care. Let's see. Hanako's route. Okay. Renai Python. What do people otherwise make with it? That's not a visual novel. Oh, I also had to delete some languages. But that was part of installing the HD mod. Like, not intended, just quickly getting around issues, and I don't need Polish or Brazilian Portuguese, so I'm fine with it. It is not recent. It came out in 2012, I believe, and the first act, the demo, came out in 2009. Loves Twin Tail. Wow, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? I feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. This sure could be someone's mother's van. You two play. What? Did I fuck up? Text history. I wasn't looking. Oh, and it tells you what music's playing. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I started doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that now, though. Shizune and Misha might jump on me, trying to get an answer about whether or not I've decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I wouldn't put it past them to try, and I don't have an answer for them if they do. So, this situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. Am I automatically, like, no, this isn't unread text for me. Did I just accidentally click through a bit? He does, however, stop us to say that we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head and see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shizune gives me a smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There is no escape." He-chan, looks like we're together again today! Yay, yay! Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now unless I were to jump through the window. I wasn't even alt-tabbed, though. It's almost always a visual novel. Performance is lacking. There was something else I was using Python for, but I don't remember what. I was trying to alter something else, and I did not have the ability. I didn't have things installed correctly to do the unpacking, but I don't remember what the project was. Mushishi, it was Mushishi. I was trying to grab files out of Mushishi, and I could not do it. I was trying to unpack Mushishi. But I was able to... I mean, there are unpackers for other things. Just thinking about how I modded... well, I did sprite changes. I did sprite changes for the Lodos game. The randomizer. Hanako? I will try to be more clear about my A's. I had files on Mushishi Detective. I have so many folders full of junk now that I should probably go through. Like, what are the chances I'm gonna need that again? Just grab the logo and be fine with it. I think. Assuming I completed all of my thumbnails for that. I think I did. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly. What's wrong, Hee-chan? Oh, Hee-chan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, Hee-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Right? Oh no, am I a Misha? Is this Misha's words or is this Shizune's words? Realizing, reading back, and like, I write right at the end of things a lot. I need to start editing back. Sperm and balloons? I have not opened Mushishi since then. I'm so happy you two are able to have a laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. I do. Delson, that means I have to actually touch it. I'm not doing that. Now that it's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hands in an overly dramatic and important way. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there are only 2 problems. I almost want to say something about how her rush to get started seems a bit much, considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is and simply doesn't care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hand at solving the problems. It looks like she's working alone. I can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking back to how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there. Huh? Who, Hee-chan? Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone? I think so, Hee-chan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone? I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something. No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hee-chan. Why not? Shi-chan wouldn't get along with her. Oh? Oh, I guess they are diametrically opposed. Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, but still has that lilting up and down quality present in everything she says. Just because, Hee-chan. By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she has been saying this whole time. What, Shi-chan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds so harsh. I'm not going to say that. Oh, that's right. It's because of her association with Lily. You said it anyway. I know, Hee-chan. It's fine if you overhear. I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying, or vice versa. Is that also why she signs all the time? So there's never a conversation Shizune will be left out of? Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hichan. We finished with time to spare, and I decided to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly, the food so far has been subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing among themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have time to go all the way there. And what about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Maybe. They seem so distracted by it, they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in the class is busying themselves at the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks, the ones with actual box lunches mixed in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by short bouts of eating. So I guess students who live close enough to just not be living on campus? Loudly? Okay. I think it was just one song in particular is louder than the rest. But when I watch Hanako, it feels that I'm the only one who can see her. Almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. She's gonna escape! She's gonna escape! Go, girl, go! Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I've started watching her. She knows that you were watching her. Who needs... Yeah! Who needs audio balancing in a pre-visual novel? I guess she's waiting for someone. What to do? Okay. The answer is go talk with Hanako. We're gonna go talk to her. I don't remember what the librarian told me. I don't listen. Much less to librarians. We're gonna talk to her. Don't stare at her! Too late. Too late. Just a bit of friendship? Yeah, but some people are very flighty. God. You need to lead a trail. You need to make them approach you. I guess that's kind of difficult, though. Okay, we're gonna go talk to her. We're gonna drag her kicking and screaming out of her own isolation. I still feel bad for making her run away yesterday, so I better say something. Yeah, this is totally what you should do. Hey there, Hanako. Hisao? Oh, I need to do, like, more quiet. Well, at least she remembers my name. Hey, I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. Smoke signs and flags? We start as pen pals first. You're in the same class and you're literally physically seen. Just write each other notes first. The librarian approaches Prim. Run away, scream, cry, grab knife. I'll just start crying, thank you. You could really use a wish right now, Clay. The extrovert adopting introvert Hanako. She's a feral cat with a wounded tail, and we are taking her in. She needs to comply. I didn't mean to startle you or anything. I'm just new here, and I thought I should get to know my classmates. As Hanako looks up at me, I notice her scarring once more. It's a little bewildering that you can barely notice it from across the room, but it's so noticeable from close up. That's okay. It was my fault. No, that wasn't anyone's fault. It just kind of happened. So, are you waiting for someone? I saw you looking at the door before.
Yes, Lily.
Oh, you mean Lily the blind girl? It's just kind of a wow, Hisao. Okay. Hanako only nods in response, and I can't help but wonder if defining people through their disabilities is a faux pas of the worst kind, or just normal here. Yeah, you could have said anything. Lily, the tall blonde. Would you say that she has genteel manners? Lily of the genteel mannerisms? Lily with a really good tea? Yeah, or he could have just said Lily. I guess that explains why that explains why Lily took off after her yesterday. She seems like a nice girl. Are you two friends? Yes. As if hoping for Lily to appear, she checks over her shoulder again. I think I'm making her nervous again. I hope I'm not disturbing you right now. No, that's not it. 6 out of 10? No, Lily's not a 6 out of 10. Lily seems like a very nice lady. It's just easier if Lily doesn't come here. Oh, because it's hard to get around the classroom? Not really. Hanako's gaze drifts past my shoulder and towards Shizune. Never chosen for maximum offense. Or offense, maximum offense, my bad. Shizune? Hanako nods again. What about her? Don't they get along? Hanako shakes her head. Clearly this is something she doesn't want to talk about. It does make a strange sort of sense, Shizune and Lily not getting along so well. Communication between the two would be all but impossible. It's hard enough talking to Shizune through Misha, even when you can see whose hands are talking. Hanako is so focused on Shizune that I'm the first to notice Lily at the door. Oh, she's here now. Hanako spins around to confirm this. Upon seeing Lily, she moves quickly to the door. Lily. Oh, right. Ojo. Okay. Ah, Hanako. Good morning. Is the president here? No, that's not quite it. Ah, Hanako. Good morning. Is the president here? Yes. Hanako glances over her shoulder at Shizune again, as if to confirm she can't hear them, even though that's impossible. I suppose you best be off then. Lily's sigh in the tone of what seems like frustration makes me raise an eyebrow. I guess there's some sort of enmity between the two. It's intriguing, but that's not really something I'd ask about. I'm sure if they wanted me to know, then they would tell me. It's only my 3rd day here. I should be trying to make friends, not finding out why people are enemies. Ooh, I'm gonna adjust something because I'm not enjoying it. Okay. There we go. Still, it's a little funny to find out that this school has little feuds, just like my old high school. Even if people are more tolerant of others, they're still going to get on each other's nerves. Hey, Lily! How are things? I'm sorry I made you run off yesterday. Frick! I hit my keyboard. Oh my, is that Hisao? I didn't realize you were here. It seems that Lily is a little embarrassed about being so frank in front of me. That's fine. The keyboard is just slightly over the edge of the desk because of the space I make for chat, so. Sorry, Lily. I thought you realized. No, it's alright, Hanako. Hisao, please don't worry about yesterday. It was just a misunderstanding. If you say so, I'm still working this place out. Well then, I think you'll find most people here a lot more forgiving than elsewhere. If you are feeling a little confused, please don't be afraid to ask questions. I'd be on motive. It's been a couple of years since I played last. Aside from last week. Last time I finished a route, I should say. Sure, I'll remember that. Lily. Lily gives a small nod of acknowledgement. I'm sorry, Hisao, but we must be off. Hanako really doesn't look all that comfortable here right now, and Lily still seems a little embarrassed. I wonder if my apologies really made any impact. Mind if I accompany you too? I know I'm kind of pushing it, but Lily hums quietly, still smiling. I'm sure that we could accommodate you, can't we, Hanako? Hanako. Can't we, Hanako? She looks at Lily, then at me, then she freezes, wide-eyed. You could do it, you could do it, get adopted, get adopted. Shit, actually, she's already been adopted by Lily. We can co-parent, it's fine. Sure. Well then, shall we go? I'm sure Lily wouldn't do this so easily if she saw how scared Hanako looks, but it can't be helped now. Declining after the deal is sealed would only cause confusion and problems. She has to hit find me with her stick first, Delson. So we leave, all three together. This isn't Bunny Drop? What do you mean this isn't Bunny Drop? Oh, no, it isn't Bunny Drop. It's okay. Yeah. Okay, I won't co-parent. She's already adopted by Lily. Lily walks beside the wall, letting her cane gently tap against it every now and then. Hanako comes along right beside her, so close that she's practically half hugging her as they go. Although it must make her walking that much harder, Lily takes it in stride. As we turn around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a steam train. Aha! Hanako shrieks a little and my vision briefly goes black. Ugh! Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway floor. Semi! She wears a PE uniform and a very worried frown. The former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have on during lunch break. More striking than that, though, she doesn't have legs. Or she does, but they're not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs and in shins and feet made of some black metallic or plastic-like material. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. I won't get distracted! The girl winces a little, rubs her nose, and jumps up. She looks so tired. Ooh. Oh, I don't. How do I sound like Emmy? Peppy. Mortal Kombat X-ray fracture effects. I don't know what that sound is like. Everything cracking. Super high pitch? No, not exactly. Oh man. Hey, are you alright? I'm sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry. She's looking really apologetic in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. Snapping celery? I quickly forget about being angry or anything since hurt puppies are my weak spot. It's okay. Don't worry about it. What? I say that, but there's a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself. Don't forget your medication. And most of all, don't get hit in the chest. I try to rub my solar plexus to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. Don't get stressed about it, man. It's just gonna make it worse. It seems normal. Hey, should I get a nurse? The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. She is high-pitched. Of course she'd be high-pitched. I stare at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded, until I realize I probably look worse off than I really was, doubled over myself, looking all tense. Hit in the heart, and you're to blame, Emmy. Damn, I'm overly worried about my heart. No need. I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time, and take a deep breath. She just knocked the wind out of me. Big time. It's nothing more than that. You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard. It's okay. I said I was fine and nothing's broken. No harm done. Where's her route? Emmy's route is the first one you're probably gonna stumble into. She seems to be a lot of people's first go. She was mine. That's good. I was... Husao, what happened? She's not quite up to speed for obvious reasons, but she sounds very worried. More than what the situation deserves, really. Someone just bumped into me. Nothing serious, just winded. Sorry, it's my fault. I was going to get some stuff and I was kind of in a hurry. That someone here is Emmy, isn't it? The little girl coughs quietly and shuffles her plastic or metallic feet, looking down at them before saying anything. Hi, Lily, Hanako. I guess the girls know each other. When you go to a small enough school, you all know each other. Do please try to be more careful. You might be sturdy enough to endure these sorts of accidents, but there are people who aren't. The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously like a little child caught misbehaving. So, we have two people here whose first girl was Hanako. And I feel like there were other people, aside from me, who had Emmy first. Was there anyone who didn't have one of those two girls as their first route? It's so cute, I find myself smiling. I know that! I was just... I gotta go! Teacher, I'll have my head. I promised to help with printouts, so I went running instead. Sorry, but I've got to change and everything. Shizune for you? I'm so sorry, Azure. Before any of us can say a thing, Emmy has already bolted away, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. Does that kind of thing happen often around here? There are more rules in Yamaku than usual for running in corridors. But that rarely stops Emmy, it seems. She shakes her head weakly and offers a slight, composed smile. I'm gonna actually try and see if spacebar works. Yeah, it does. Excellent. Why am I so nervous? You only got part way? We're going to for Shizune? You were not trying for you did not end up getting Shizune. I wasn't trying for the ending that I got, necessarily. Actually, you know what? I should... I think the first route I actually got was perhaps the bad ends with Kenshi. Maybe. After that, it was Emmy. The first girl route, the first non-bad route was Emmy. Thank you, Geek Forever. I don't think there's anything we can do to stop her, I'm afraid. Shall we be off then? Lily heads off along the hallway and Hanako hurries after her. I am not a person who easily makes connections. The route to the room the two used for tea is fairly simple to retrace, being still fresh in my mind from yesterday. There is a death route. That is the bad end. That is something you can actually get in the demo too, I believe. Lily and Hanako quickly go about the business of making lunch. Before I can even open my small bag of food, Lily's busying herself with a thermos and tea bags as Hanako is setting out both of their lunch boxes. One of the first choices you can make kills him? I don't think so necessarily. Yeah, I have heard about about Reens. Blue shiny eye. No, there's no such thing. We're not jumping off the roof. Well, I mean, it's an accident. So, this is what you meant by coming here almost every day? Yes, Hanako and I usually have lunch here. It suits both of us, so we ended up using this room regularly. After seeing Hanako's reaction to me over the past couple of days, I can understand why that is a boon. That, and Lily being able to get some quiet away from her class as well. I take my seat last, after Lily's poured the tea for us and sits down. The more time I spend with these two girls, the more I think they're a perfect foil to Misha and Shizune. You're drawn towards Hanako. I don't think I necessarily deliberately went for her last. But, I think I may have heard actually that Hanako's was the most difficult. Even without a voice, Shizune is direct and brash, and Misha seems to get along with everyone. On the other hand, Lily is soft-spoken and relaxed, while Hanako seems to be the shyest girl I've ever met. So, how are you faring in Yamaku, Hisao? You seemed a bit flustered before. Apart from getting lost every now and then, and being crash-tackled outside my classroom? Fine, I guess. I think... I don't remember the order that I tackled them in. Just Emmy first. I don't remember if I kind of like let my choices guide me or if I deliberately set out like I am going to try and get Lily next. I'm going to get Shizune next. I feel like I may have went for Shizune because glasses. Glasses and her build. You looked pretty hurt before. Are you really okay? For a brief moment, I considered telling Hanako and Lily about my condition, but then I hold it back. Super eager. Shizune? She's bold. I can't tell why, but for some reason I feel uncomfortable talking about it to these relative strangers, even if they have been pretty friendly. Misha's kind of... I'm not like a huge fan of the drill tails. The drill hair. And I guess back then I probably found Misha kind of annoying. It was kind of I'm looking back at that and how have I become a Misha? Back then. It's been 13 years, 14 years, something like that. People change. Yeah, it's nothing. I was just a bit startled. Judging from the two girls' expressions, I don't think that they're buying it. But, in what I assume is their way of respecting my privacy, they don't press the matter. I guess that's one of the unwritten rules around here. Don't ask. Even if people's conditions are obvious, like Hanako's, there's still bound to be a story involved. Everyone has things that they don't feel comfortable speaking about, and I think everyone here recognizes that. So, how long have you been at the school? You both seem to know your way around pretty well. Well, I've been here since the start of high school, but only moved into the dormitories a year ago. Hanako joined at the start of high school as well, and moved to the dormitories when she did, if memory serves me right. I'm now an open mind and far stronger than my younger self. I would like to think I'm stronger than my younger self. I don't know if I have any proof of that, though. That's right. Since high school. So you've known each other since then? Since I moved, yes. Hanako lives next door to me. Hanako lives next door to me, so it's only natural, right? Right. I could bench my younger self. It depends on how far back. Thinking not about benching, but more like, okay, it's a race. Who wins? Who wins the race between me and the... Okay, let's... Younger self. If it's still February, or no, it's March. If it's still March. 1 year. I might be able to. 1 year, I'd probably be able to outbike current me. But hopefully this time next year, I'll be able to outbike that version of me. Admirable goal. Yeah, of course. Living next to someone is probably reason enough to befriend them, though I'm guessing that Lily's blindness plays a part as well. I can't imagine Hanako easily making friends with someone who has to deliberately avoid looking at her scars. With the immediate conversation dried up, we start to eat our lunch. I'm trying to decipher. Right? Outrun? Your 10-year-old, 10 years back self? It isn't long before the bells are signaling the end of the break. Like me, the girls pack up their lunches as efficiently as they sit them out. Oh, okay. I guess I'd better be off. Oh, bleh. I guess I'd better be off. Are you going to go with Hisao, Hanako? Hanako looks up at me, and for a second I can see that she is considering skipping class. Maybe just to avoid walking to the classroom with me. Yes? I don't know what to think of it. Hanako really is delicate to the point of breaking if looked at in the wrong way. It makes me a bit nervous too, but I push the feeling aside, trying to be as natural as I can. We should hurry then. Class has already started by the sound of it. Lily gives a nod of farewell as she bends down to take her cane, Hanako and I filing out before her. Lift 100, bench 400. Delcy, you gotta count that in plates. You gotta count that in plates. We walk quickly down the empty halls to our respective classes. As we reach the door to Lily's 3-2 classroom, she turns to me. Dinner plates? 45-pound dinner plates. Isao, thank you for sharing lunch with us today. My pleasure, Lily. And with that, we part ways. Lily entering her classroom and leaving Hanako and me to make off to our own. She is still looking like she wants to run away. Qualified. Where's the license? Oh, you got a license for that hyping, mate? No. Have you... What are the records for women for doing, like, benches and stuff? I have not looked. I just remember in the gym a long, long time ago, a male friend was showing a couple of us girls, like, the bar, like, bench. Is it bench press? Frick, you're in the seat. Not seat. You're lying down on the bench, and you're. I guess it's a chest press. Chest press? Yes. And I couldn't do the bar. I couldn't do the bar. Yeah. 45 pounds. The bar is 45 pounds. 35 or 45 pounds, and it couldn't lift the bar. Ugh. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. She was wilting, yeah. She was wilting. So, do you really want to go back to class now? Yes. Okay, then. 649 pounds? Without equipment like a belt and stuff, right? 649. Dang, that's a lot. Dang. I want to double check. Oh, wow. Hold on. What does she look like? Holy shit, her arms. Her arms are huge. That makes so much sense though, right? Maybe it's not just the arms, because she has her arms folded in front of her. Hanako just has to go to the gym. I feel like I should say something more to her, but it's hard to come up with anything that would be appropriate and safe enough. And Lily was right. The more time we spend out here, the more explaining we have to do. I open the rear door to the class and walk in. The teacher looks up at me and opens his mouth to say something. However, as Hanako follows me in and closes the door, he simply nods to us and continues his lecture. This is the third time that Hanako has had her truancy practically ignored. There's definitely something going on here. Vermaz, that's the Emmy route. That's the Emmy route. We gotta get buff. We make our way to our seats, and I know that Misha and Shizune are both missing as well. I wonder if it's some form of informal agreement with the staff, or if it's a perk afforded to the unique students of this school. Trying to make as little disturbance as I can, I extract the relevant textbooks from my bag and start catching up. Just don't do the just don't do the steroids. This is where you really need medical supervision. He's Sal trying to get buff. You also push her beyond her mortal limits. Never again. Never again. The class goes on quietly. The teacher seems like an okay person despite the weird first impression I got. The material is relatively interesting. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. It's as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. When the final bell sounds, I realize that there's still a lot of time left in the day, and I'm left wondering what to do. The music got loud again, didn't it? Oh. It's odd. At the hospital, I had 24 hours a day of free time, but here, filling considerably shorter hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves, and I'm left alone with the teacher. Muto is examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his papers briefly, he notices me and furrows his brow. What is it, Nakai? I jump at him addressing me, but I guess it's natural to spark some conversation since there is nobody else around. Nothing. Thinking about what I do after school. The teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he is holding and arranges his papers into a stack, clacking against the desk twice. He seems very methodical, and for a brief moment I'm reminded of Shizune, but the teacher is more unhurried and relaxed. Much more routine. You have no plans? No, I consider joining a club, but I don't know what kind of club would interest me. Go observe a meeting of someone else's club. Might pick your interest. I guess. But I don't know how to continue from there. Muto looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation. But I can't, so I have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people. I mean, the other students. I'm talking to people and everything, so it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about. Their disabilities. It's like, it feels that I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them, and it's weird to ignore them. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The teacher scratches his cheek absentmindedly, looking very unresponsive. Oh, for a second I thought I saw something a little funny on his sprite, like under his neck. Or on his neck, rather. These things are only an issue if you make them one. You can talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. Try to look behind the superficial. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid behind whatever they might seem at first glance. He says the same thing as Yuka did. I know they're right, but it's hard. How can you not consider, for example, Shizune's deafness when the only way to communicate with her is to talk through Misha? Or Hanako. It's not like you can ignore her face. But I'm interrupted by the door of the classroom suddenly slamming open. Teacher! Misha crashes in, hands straight in an enthusiastic greeting, her voice loud and lively enough to wake the dead from their graves. She starts towards the teacher's desk with her bouncing step, hands energetically swinging with the rhythm. Muto, visibly annoyed at the interruption of Misha in general, slumps in his chair. Mikado. Misha stops in her tracks and looks around cluelessly, as if she's sensing from his tone that something's wrong, but has no idea what. Yes? We have talked about volume control before. Yes! But she doesn't lower her voice at all, and the teacher just rubs his eyes. So, what is it? We need help! We are running out of supplies for the festival stands. Aha! Okay, when his mouth is open, there's like, you could see more stubble on his neck or something like that. Like, right here. Let me, you guys are getting a face full of neck stubble. Give me a second. Nope, not that. Not that. See? See? Thank you, Fayepounds, for giving gift sub. Enjoy your emotes, Rude Boss. May I have talked about it, doesn't mean she agreed to it. That is true. She may have just listened. I hear you. I hear you. Louder every time. Secret admirer? What? Transparency error? It's entirely possible. I did find when I was doing the sprite work, the sprite edits, that I had to fill in some gaps. So like when I put the gradient mask over, sometimes I did masking and sometimes I did a different way of masking, and they illuminated when there were holes in the sprites. He's making a face. That's fine, I'm okay with that. Let's see. It's a look of disapproval. Actually, is it a look of, it's not quite disapproval. Put uponness slightly? What is it now? It's a what is it now kind of face. This is a distress. She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So, go get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that? Plywood! Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more, there was only a little, and that time we just took it all and went with that. Exasperation. Now there's like none left there. So do you know where there is some? I don't understand. How would I know? Shi-chan, I mean, the president thought that a teacher would know if there's plywood. Was she wrong? Muto looks like he's in great pain, frowning with his entire essence, and Misha doesn't get it at all. Go to Home Depot? No, teachers don't make enough money to do that. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible. Like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open while blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. Maybe that's, the look of a tortured man. Okay. I'm afraid I have no idea if there's any plywood in the school. I don't know where it would be if there was any. Shipping Dogs Factory? You mean like the pallets? So those are treated, and those are probably bad for you to use. Aw, what should I do? Perhaps try to find Mr. Nomiya? I'm quite sure he would know where to find everything you need. But free? Free pesticides. Free leaching toxins. You'd have to pry them from his cold, dead hands, but that's a different matter. Ha! I don't have time! We are so busy. She holds her head with both of her hands, looking as despairing as it's possible for a person like her. Without even noticing, she crumples at the note she's holding against her hair. I shouldn't even be fetching these things. There's so much to do and we are falling behind the schedule. Muto looks at her gravely and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. I think it'd be better if he didn't. He has put together a plan, and it involves us. Because we were complaining about not knowing what to do. And now an opportunity is presented. He's gonna throw us to the wolves. The pink-haired wolves. I wonder if you can get some temporary help? He switches to staring at me focusedly, with a hard expression as if trying to say, go make some friends. I guess I could give you a hand. You can? Thanks, Hee-chan. You are really nice. If you got time to lean, you got time to clean. She pauses, does a double take, and then points at me with her finger, yelping, ah! And looking very puzzled. Come to think of it, what's Hee-chan doing here? Class is over. You should be having fun. No, it's wolves. We don't want the Shizen and Misha route. We don't want to get thrown to the wolves. We just had a little chat. Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, Hee-chan? No, I'm not. Is Hee-chan in trouble, teacher? No, he's not. Muto sighs deeply, and I feel I have to help Misha to get her off the teacher's back. So, what do you need? Here's a list. I can try and find the plywood from somewhere if there's none in the art room. She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a bit. Thank you for the water. Cold green tea. Have a good night, Geek. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the follow. I should probably still be continuing this next week. Next Sunday, same time. Hopefully a little earlier. I said I'd help you, but this has no implications on whether I'm joining the council or not. Still, thanks, Hee-chan. Try to be quick. We're in a stall building streak right now. We must hurry, hurry, hurry! She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Well, there you have it, Nakai. You have something to do now. Please don't sound so smug. Looking at the list with a number of items ranging from paint to plywood, all written with small, neat handwriting that is undoubtedly Shizune's, I heave a sigh. I'll be going then. Let's see. Okay. Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit to the hallway. We get to meet Rin now. Forced to go to the art room. The classrooms closest to ours are designated belonging to classes 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side, 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical colors, are rooms I didn't think were used for classes. I guess the art room is not a classroom as such. I carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the room. A thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some easels in the corner, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big windows, shadows all creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the stagnant air, making the beams of light almost visible. The art nerds? The lowest social class of high school? No. Well. I don't know about that one. I think the, no. That was the tech nerds. And the weebs. The weebs! A lot of thinking. Look. Liking anime was not cool back in the day. Jokingly, I call into the empty classroom. Anybody home? Something catches my eye and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end. Her music's good. In fact, you know what? Parody. Okay. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me back even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in a corner very still, but I still somehow took her as part of the furnishing or a statue at first glance. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. I mean, I feel like there's a reason she's wearing pants. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. Bullied in college for liking anime? How would they even really know? My experiences were outliers anyway. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. The weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctuated only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically. What does Rin sound like? I'm out of girl voices. Anime shirts? How many? I'm not gonna say I don't have anime shirts, but the ones I favor the most are the ones that are not, strictly speaking, noticeably anime. Like a Get 9 shirt. Super butch. What does Rin say? Tasteful. Do not worry, I also had probably untasteful ones considering I volunteered for events and they give you free t-shirts. So I have piles of, I shouldn't say piles. I have a small pile of ones that are blazoned with like event stuff and cute single color girls. Or mascot critters. Nagato? I don't... It's been so long since I've heard it. I never heard her in English, I don't think. Let's see. Kingdom Hearts fans? The art students bully the Kingdom Hearts fans? Were you a Kingdom Hearts fan back then? I didn't know any. Okay. I don't know if I knew any. I guess it wasn't a problem for Kingdom Hearts fans. You were the bully? Oh. Back then? Mega Tokyo? Did you have the blanket? The sad girl in snow blanket? Hello. The girl stuffs the forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello? I was told to pick up some supplies from here. For some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there'd be someone here. There isn't. That's why I came here too. You also worked in an anime store in 2003? You still have the blanket? Would you say you worked in an anime store in 2003? Oh, there's multiple people who did that. Is this a new advertising point for my viewers? Have you ever worked in an anime store? How much Mega Tokyo merch do you have? You'll find camaraderie from Rose's channel chat. Bootlegs? Oh. Well, back then there was probably a lot less official merch. She picked up another forkful. Doesn't that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows as if she were suspecting my observation was false. Now, granted, they could have imported Japanese stuff, like that merch, but that probably would have been very expensive. You are pretty observant. I guess it does. But who are you? The girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai. Isao Nakai. I just transferred in on Monday. I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Rin Tezuka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. Wait, what? What? She said that? Okay. That's very nice. That's very nice. That's very nice. Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. It kind of bothers me, joking about these matters. Doesn't feel appropriate at all. Well, I'm trying to figure out what's appropriate and whether this girl is. She seems to have lost interest in me and is now gazing yearningly back at her food. These are the hot new series. Make sure to get merchandise for this. Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back. Go right ahead. But lunch? School's already over for the day. What word would you use then? There's no word for a meal you eat after lunch but before dinner, right? It bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say. That might be supper. I think that might be supper. I learned this from a Sabrina the Teenage Witch novel because they talked about the difference between supper and dinner, and it was a sticking point for pointing out how time-traveling Sabrina did not fit in because she did not understand the different words. 20 cents. They're bootlegs, remember? I don't think you're supposed to eat a meal between lunch and dinner to begin with. But I'm hungry now, and my delicious bok lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry. It's very delicious. With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes, and with at least as much impoliteness, she points it straight at me. So, Nakai, what brings you to this place? Like I said, I was told to look for these things. No, the school. From the outside, you look fine. You look fine. Is your problem inside? Curry with a fork. I don't... Maybe? Yes? Yes. Yes. Sometimes curry with a fork. It depends on, like, what's in the curry. Big chunks of beef? Yeah. Naruto and FMA were two things you were always sold out of. It makes sense. So many headbands, huh? I can guess. I'm good at guessing. Better than most people. Rin cuts me off before I can answer her question or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. Still a sauce, use a spoon. I can use my fork to do a lot of that. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't even told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's only because it hasn't really come up. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is a part of the social code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if the people here could relate? Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances, or Lily's either. I never wore Naruto headbands. Okay. I'm not going to say I've never worn this. I've never worn this, but I'm just asking. Would you beat up? Okay, I guess actually no, this is a two-parter because part of it is like, well, you probably wouldn't beat up a girl anyway, right? Would you make fun of a girl who wore Asuka the hair clips? I did not wear I don't think I ever had a Naruto headband. I don't think I ever had one. I never bought one. Make fun of you dated her? Oh. We can beat each other up. Are you also going to wear Asuka hairpins? Only Mari for the best girl. Did they ever make Mari headpins? They must have, right? I know they made Rei ones and they made two different types of Asuka ones, I think. Or did they make two different types of Rei ones? There's like one of the original girls, they made two different types of pins because the hair pin look changes. But I don't remember if it's difference between like TV series versus anime. It probably is that, honestly. Miyako will wear the plug suit too. Make sure to have a little ejection spot at like the heel for all the sweat. You've seen the videos, right? Hairpins are small and useful. The hairpins are, if you want to wear them appropriately, you have to wear your hair in a certain style. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be, with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer is written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window side, creating a mask of dark shadow on the other side. Contemplative. Thank you. I don't think it's anything in your head, and something in your guts would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine. Endless delicious. The problem must be in your pants. She just wants to get a rise out of us. She just wants to get a rise out of us. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back even physically as Rin's eyes widened in revelation and astonishment. Rin scarf from Eurocamp? That's right, they did sell those. They did sell those. I have an Asuka scarf and t-shirt, but they're from, they're only from Radio Ava pieces, so it's not like really recognized. It's just official fan art, I guess, just to sell clothes. So that doesn't really count, right? I think I might, yeah. Rin scarf, like that kind of thing is really nice and useful though. As long as you're in an area where you get that much snow that you'd want a scarf. So I was right. There's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there? You're not my doctor. Still partially in shock, but recognizing the need to reply something, I spit out the first thing I can think of. Hi, Epion. Hope you're doing good. We are meeting Rain for the first time. No! Nothing like that. I have a heart problem. Arrhythmia. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. I can show you just how fine it is. Oh, we can't do that to Rain. We're on a Hanukkah route. The girl in front of me purses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed. What? How boring. Trouble in the Pants would have been much more scandalous. What's with this reaction? I'm sorry to have let you down. I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and a person with, you know, that kind of problem would have been really great. Rain! Rain! What do you want? What do you want? Do you want a challenge, girl? Collect people? People with different problems. Huh. So you just, like, go around asking people what's wrong with them? Pretty much. I see. With little left to say, Rain resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away. But I keep thinking about what was said. She started it. I would get, well, actually, it's kind of like, would Rain get me sent to the principal's office? No. No, she wouldn't. That would just be the start of a really fucked up relationship. Oh. It's the first time I told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already or heard about it from someone else. Or didn't need to know about it, like every other student here so far. Should have told it as a natural part of introductions? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hisao. I have a very serious heart condition. Rain would convert me to other things. I actually don't really remember a whole lot about the root parts, except for like one scene, and that's that is not something that she converts us to. So, what is the foot version of a fist? Just a foot? Footing? Yeah, okay. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? Haru is basically, hey, I want to do this stupid thing. Or, hey, want to do this stupid thing? Let's go take drugs together. Kicking. I don't think that's quite the same. Fisting. Kicking. Because, like, fisting, like, kicking would be punching, right? Clip your toenails. You guys ever see how far a condom can stretch? Look at this. Can you put a foot? Can you put a foot in one? You probably can. Surely you can, right? Curling. That would confuse the Canadians, I feel like, way too much. They can't call it that. As if our disabilities would define us. What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Wanna go... I wanna try curling. Why are we doing this in public? Her hair is a burnt auburn, almost orange, and cropped short. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms make her look very thin, almost scrawny. This always felt a little weird because it kind of felt like she didn't seem very scrawny. She actually seems a bit more stocky, but I guess that's just like the art style more so. And the boy's uniform without any like tucking at the waist because of stuff. Like when you have a big enough chest, so I've heard, you have to, of course, have to buy like bigger shirts. And when it comes to like men's shirts, there's not that much definition. So it just kind of looks a little strange. Too big at the waist and usually too narrow at the hips. She's not particularly pretty, except for her murky green eyes, which flicker restlessly from below her short bangs, even when she eats. Almost orange. The highlights are kind of orange. The distance and the shadows make it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorb all of it within them like deep wells. Men's clothes hug skin less than women's clothes, but that's deliberate. Depending on the style, I guess? She moves her feet almost as deftly as a normal person would use their arms. However, I can see how this sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? I keep searching the cabins and shelves for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, the silence grows too uncomfortable. So I try to force some conversation out of this strange girl. She's eating! She's not going to be able to reply. So, do you always eat alone and this late? Or do you get the occasional visitor? Visitors... Maybe you are my first occasional visitor. But I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with a certain someone on the roof, if she's not horsing around. Horsing? She likes to do sports. Oh. And that's all I can think of to say. Both of us fall silent again as Rain forks the last bits of her meal to her mouth. I look down at my haul and double-check it with Misha's list. Seems I have everything except plywood. So I think I have all the things now. That's very nice for you. Don't feel obliged to stay. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you're going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you like to watch girls sleeping? Reen. Reen is very provocative, isn't she? In her own weird way. Sounds me. Affirmative. You guys like to watch girls sleep? She's not in class, though. This is after school. She's just sleeping in the classroom. Nap wherever you can. I'm not sure what to make of this, but Reen looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you around, Tezuka. You can call me Reen. So it's kind of, it feels like a trap, right? Like, is she actually being, she's being very forward, but it's kind of a, is she just being sincere or not? It's really hard to tell, right? I feel that our relationship is at this point good enough to warrant this much. I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine. Then I'm Hisao. Then you are. Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feeling you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's not actually looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like this just popped in between us out of nowhere. See you later, Hisao. There's something like a tiny smile on her face, maybe. I quietly back out of the room. As I shut the door in front of my face, I whisper to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside, I hear a muffled sing-song voice. I heard that. What did she hear? I jump at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the completely empty hallway. Everyone around here is superhuman. Somehow she has gotten to jumping distance with me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about a global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. If she can relax around you or I find her eating weird. I mean... I guess that's fair. I feel like in this school... You can't really find it weird. What are the other options, really? Girls gotta eat. Girls stalking you around every corner. Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof as she couldn't have heard that remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited. No, wait! More importantly, who's in there? There's no club meetings today. She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here? You took so long that we had to come check what's wrong. That's no good, Hee-chan. They're after my jewels. My perfectly functional jewels. She wags her finger at me scoldingly. I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you are tardy. What a nightmare, getting stuck by a girl. I mean, weren't they saying that it was like, God, 60% girls here? Oh, sorry. I got the things here. I was just gonna bring them. I think you were up to some mischief, Hee-chan. Who was in there with you, I wonder? Misha signs something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolence of daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. Indeed, she stares at Reen, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders from suppressed rage, I'm sure. Some mischief? Misha's been up to no mischief. Instead of blowing up, Shizune just takes a few steep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she did blow up, but I can't understand it. She shoots a very loaded stare at me, too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rain is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness. Hello. Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she may have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rain directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interested, half-sleepy face. Hello. Miss Tezuka, what do you think you are doing? You absolutely are not permitted to use school property such disgraceful activity. It sure is suddenly very crowded in here. I didn't know I was this popular. It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune/Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder, points at Rin, and makes some quick signs. Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how is your project going? Will it be done for the festival? Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting her. I keep wondering about that myself, too. Cool and collected, Rin. So cool. And? We'll think about it harder. As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown. Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it. Rin nods assertively. We'll think more seriously. Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't, not even after translation. She just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo. How rude. It's true, though. I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future. How oversized of a guy shirt did Rin get? The girls' shirts are either cut far differently or Rin went up. Girls' shirts are cut way differently. Oh my god. The men's shirts. Like, if you get a women's dress shirt versus a men's dress shirt, extremely different cut. Yeah. I am about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art classroom. As I said before, the women might... Okay, so, like, there's the difference in terms of general sizing, where a woman who might wear, like, I'm thinking about it. So, like, general size difference. And then there's also the cut difference where they're just cut different. They're just cut differently. You need to... It kind of feels like you have to go, like, really oversized. And then you have to basically re-sew the waistline in order to get something that is a bit better fit for women out of a men's shirt. Or find some other way to kind of, like, tuck it in, like a vest. However, then when you take off the vest, it leaves, like, all the crinkled material around the waist. So, yeah. Yeah. Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it. She looks slightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It lets out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally pick it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. Where do you need me to take it? Where do you need me to take it? Away. And with that, she takes off to the hallway, me and the paint can following since there's little choice for either of us. Han Solo in a different life. She doesn't seem... Okay, I'm not going to say Han Solo is mean-spirited necessarily, but he feels a little bit meaner than Rin. The hallway is quiet and empty now as Shizune and Misha gone, so we too leave the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps I have to change the can from one hand to another because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arms from tiring too fast. Rin strolls on beside me with an uneven pace I have trouble matching. Or maybe I'm walking weird because of the extra weight. It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin. Ah, Mr. Nakai, what a happy coincidence. Tezuka too, of course. He nods courteously to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it's me who he had some business with. There is something I forgot to mention on Monday. I nod and wait impassively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interruption either. It's about your medications. Since you haven't been that long on your current medications, there might be some unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages or even changing to another kind of medication. So we'll do a few tests regularly, but what I'd want is for you to keep an eye on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headache, anything. And come see me if something happens. Thank you for the tea. All right. So how are you? Everything fine? The eye peek. I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my biceps can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here. My parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. I just realized that the cut of his lab coat is a little weird. Like the notches being basically at below his chest level is kind of unusual, isn't it? Maybe I don't look a lot at like lab coats, honestly, now I think about it. $7XL. It's custom tailored. This is a small school, and both the student base and the faculty seem very tightly knit. At least that's the feeling I'm getting. He's got it hemmed. It's actually a rolled bottom. It's dragging behind him like a wedding dress. And this is not the kind of school that gets transfer students too often. I actually think that like the button shouldn't really start until like after the collar area-ish thing is done. So it's kind of it buttons below his it buckles below his crotch. What the fuck? Very unusual outfit, Doctor. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyway. That's great. Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that you've been at neither the school track nor even the pool, so I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I had asked. Of course I haven't. But his way of inquiring gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. It's been 5 days! Not even, it's been like 3 days. You have people spying on me? Not as such. I just happen to know a few people. But that's not the issue here, so don't try and slip out of it. Well, I was actually just doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can up and down a few times like some sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down my arms painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second, then comes back like it was never gone. Tezuka, would you give us a second? The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside. When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you are still on your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it will be. It's the same with everything, like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on? Oh, this is why I never did Hanako. It's because I was always like, yes, I'm going to be serious about it. I am going to try and take it seriously. Ooh. Let me see. I'm looking at the other options, like who gets what. Save. The only ones who actually are for yes are apparently the guide I'm looking at says Emmy and Rin. Okay. I want to say yes. Maybe. Maybe. No. I mean, he gives me a nasty sort of look when I say that, making me try to take back the word. I mean, I don't know. I'm still trying to get used to the school. I'll promise to try, though. You're not being very convincing there, Hisao. Tip number 1. Medical professionals are not amused if you take their advice lightly. What's up with him? As if a day or two would make that much of a difference. I didn't do anything at the hospital either. Yeah, okay. Sorry. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again. Can't help those who won't help themselves. Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy. He probably has no qualms offering consultation to you if you want to jog a bit. Consultation? See you around. He leaves on the wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting, idly leaning against the hallway wall and staring at the pale lighting fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off them. Are you getting medications for your heart thingy? Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out at her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. The nurse seems to be happily ignorant about confidentiality too, talking about that kind of thing in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty, but Rin's just staring past my shoulder quizzically, her head tilted like a bird's. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there is some inexplicable lock that prevents me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart. Will they make you better? No, not really. They just make me a little less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further, nor displays any kind of emotion I could discern. I'm thankful that she doesn't. Think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital, it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. Wrong color eyes. Delson. We leave the main building and Rain leads us on towards the dorm. We stop at the small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground, with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they come or go. It's probably the only inconvenient design in the school. Far more deadpan. The entire wall, made of the same kind of bricks as the building itself, has been covered with some sort of painting. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick lines drawn with black and white against the gray plastering that covers almost the entire length of the wall, but some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands, but I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seem to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground beside the wall. See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning. I have to work on it, but the guys from art classes are helping with the negative spaces and base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better, and it's faster too. She goes on a tangent of a tangent, waving a little with her arm, or whatever of it there actually is, to demonstrate that, even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeve flaps around, and it makes me think it could look sadder than it does. But it makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of the student faces special properties has in the last few days. This girl doesn't seem to notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already. It just keeps on blabbering. So that's why I'm trying to figure out if there is something I need to figure out, and then figure that out before it's too late and all hope is lost. Why would the hope be lost? Because the paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time. She finally stops, apparently thinking she has made some kind of statement that makes sense. I think it's best to start from the top. Protagonist is a different person in every route. He grows into a different person. He grows into a different person with every girl he meets up with. Ugh. Girls change you, fuck. That wasn't the statement I really wanted to make. So, this is your project? You did this? Yes. Yes. All of it? Yes. Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into the minefield of political incorrectness. It's okay. You can say it. I probably won't get mad. Now that I look at her, I'm thinking like, wow, I actually think I know someone quite like this. I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels like I'm way more sensitive than Rain is, though. This is really awkward. Don't you want to ask? How do you paint without hands? See? See, I'm an easy person to talk to, right? With my feet. I almost guessed that already, but isn't that hard to do? You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now. Glasses girl can make him worse. Ooh. I mean, Rain does get him to smoke. I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she was at using her feet to eat, I figure painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject. The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat? Well, paintings tend to be flat. Not like that flat. You know, flat, like some people are. No substance, no meat where there should be some. Okay, I get it. But I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name many artists or artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying, "Suit yourself," without saying it, and looks up the sky as if trying to look for something up there. I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any. Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as was Shizune. It really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not really sure if I can be of any help, though. It's just mixing some paints. You can do that. Probably. Do you have motor control problems? Like, you know, those people that have some? Cerebral palsy, maybe? Not that I know of. I get it. Heart thingy has nothing to do with that. She gives me a sly look for no reason. Okay, she's really trying to feel us out here. What are the problems that make up Hisao as a person? Because we also have mental problems. A little bit, tiny bit, but those are probably to be expected in our case. Calling me a nerd. A nerd with no physical control over myself. No, it doesn't. Let's do it then. He has so much trauma. Nah, not the most trauma though in here. So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picks up a wide brush between the toes of her bare right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the contents into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paints flow lazily from the can to the bowl, like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirl patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rain sets to work, every now and then asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be the exact tone this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. And it's a cousin who was an artist with cerebral palsy. Did you like their work? She wanted precision down to the last milliliter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best. Add half a splash of green. I crouch down to pick up the can of bright green. The other green. This green. I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl. No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good color to add? No idea. You're the artist here. A hint of smile appears in the corner of her mouth. Do you lack an opinion? No, it's just I have no idea. It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white. With this exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter. That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream but can't remember it. Rain, please. This is... obtuse. I don't know if that's green. I don't think that color is green. I think that color is gold. Your sister met your husband through mutual friends. With that condition. Thank you, Clive. Can you be more specific? She's the artist here, though. Maybe it's yellow. See? It's yellow. It's yellow. It's gold. That's the color. Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like the change of seasons or any other nonsense that's been imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting being born on the plastered wall feels like magic, doesn't it? Watching people make art. physical art too, like crafting kind of art, like weaving and stuff. Magic. Using a loom. Magic. Chartreuse, aubergine kind of blend. Interesting color choice there. Maybe pay me at some point. I spend the moments I am between mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rain doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Plaid colored? There is a sort of water painting that you can do where you could theoretically have it be plaid color paint, right? I remember seeing it on Facebook because it's the kind of thing like the in America and probably in Canada too. There were ads for some sort of thing where you can dip objects into a water bath filled with like their special paint setup or whatever, and it comes out with the wrap on it basically, or with that pattern that was in the water wrapped around the object. But I don't remember what it's called. It has a specific name. Marble paint? Maybe. But they also do that for silk and stuff too. Like it's the ad was for very 80s and 90s. No, it's not Shrinky Dinks. It's like it's water based. I don't think it's Shrinky Dinks are the plastic bits that you put in the oven. No, this is it's not water painting apparently because that's something different. Silk dip painting. That's not the name, but it's just kind of a maybe if I look that up. Water marbling. Water marbling. It might be hydro dip too. Yes. Hydro dip is probably the more modern one. Especially if you're trying to do something like a little bit more specific. But I think what did I say? Marble watering? Water marbling is the probably older version or an older name for the same technique. Yeah. Her entire presence emits a completely different air as she patiently works the details, adding layers of paint on top of other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall to add new shapes. When I manage to produce a passable mixture of paint, the rare smile on her face is oddly rewarding. Pretty girl smiles at me. Fuck, I'm doomed. Apart from the few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us has a word for the longest time. And even those short discussions soon evolve into shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues. As if there was some need to conserve words and breath and sound. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. I like that the mural progressed over the course of that time frame. I was actually thinking of just leaving the screen here, and I was hoping the beeping would stay. I was going to go take a 5-minute break and leave you guys with the beeping noise. I wouldn't. Just, having the option to do that would have worked. Get hydrated, thank you for the water. It's actually the rest of the tea. Okay. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna make more tea. It might be a little bit more because I have to heat up the water for the tea, and I can't do that remotely anymore. Or rather, yeah, it's not right here anymore. It's back in the kitchen where it belongs. Okay, let's see. It will start a new day. And how many more choices do we have left? Real quick. 3 more choices until we see the Hanako video, which I actually don't remember. I must have watched it a long time ago, but I never saw in the game, so I don't know if it left that much of an impression. Aside from the music, I know what the music sounds like. Remote control kettles. Okay. So what I have is I have a little wall pluggy thing that I can activate with my phone. A remote thing. And I could theoretically put on Stream Deck too, and tell it, hey, turn on the whatever's connected to this. Christmas lights. I actually have it set up to a espresso maker right now. So I could theoretically tell it to start heating the water for my espresso. But I don't have it set to the kettle. And the kettle also doesn't allow for that because of the way that the kettle is set up. Like, it's got the physical buttons. Home dashboard. It's a little wacky because I don't think they make it anymore. And when I tried it for the Christmas tree, it did not... It would work if I manually turned it on from, like, my phone or whatever. But it wasn't doing the automatic timer thing. Which is fine for the coffee because I'm not going to tell it to start at, like, 8 p.m. every day because I feel like that would be a bit hazardous to start the heating if I'm not actually awake. I'll just do it manually from bed or whatever instead. Yeah, slightly smart house. Slightly smart house. My house is already a zoo. What are you talking about? I'm gonna go get more tea. 5-minute break. We'll see you then. Let's see. It's the heat from the tea that's getting me. If this and that, paywalling their useful features. Who needs if this then that anymore now that we have AI to do all that stuff for us? Mm-hmm. Hot tea, yeah. This time I'd say chocolate hazelnut. Tea bag. I don't know how that works. I hope so. It's one of the last ones from this set, so one of my last choices. Should probably take out the tea bag. Yeah, I can't replace it. I don't. I haven't. I know people have made like character bots and stuff like that, right? I wonder how close they are. Chat generators. Jam and toast flavored tea? Ooh. Really? What kind of jam? What kind of jam? I have had tea that was themed after some of the doctors from Doctor Who. So they tried to do like the banana custard and like jammy Dodgers kind of stuff for some of them, but I don't remember which one was which, to be honest. Strawberry jam and toast. Then I guess it's a case of, so if you have a strawberry jam and toast flavored tea, what do you eat with it? You can't eat strawberry jam and toast with it. Do you eat something savory to go along with it? Or do you just suffer and only, well, not suffer, but just only have your tea? Fish fingers and custard. A scone with clotted cream. I guess so. Because I assume that the toast, like you can overlap the toast fine. Porridge. Classic. Okay, tea is very hot. Character bots require a willing suspension of disbelief at the best of times. Turns out specific personalities are hard to fit into the memory of a chatbot, even with their fairly rudimentary fictional characters. Who knew? Is it just the limitations of the chatbot, you think? Or like, I guess when I say limitations of the chatbot, I mean like when you say the memory of a chatbot. So, the space, like the history. Training material. Just pick a small character who doesn't have a lot of content. Or find someone who's absolutely insane to gather all the information possible of this one specific character and upload it into a chatbot. It sounds like a hardware limitation then. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of a fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of wakefulness. Every night. I linger under the blanket for a few minutes, gathering energy to rise up while making excuses as for why I already haven't. Honestly, I wouldn't mind staying here for all day. School is surprisingly exhausting after a long pause, and the culture shock still has not faded, I think. Context is expensive. On an O-N problem? A what? Still, despite getting an impression that skipping class is easy here, I don't think they are going to let me get away that easily. And the nurse is bound to keep breathing down my neck with the talk of exercising as well. So eventually I do rise up, swallow the morning medications, and put on my old soccer clothing. Oh, factorial. Oh, okay. This baby has 100 terabytes of RAM and 5 servers running her. She only crashes 30% of the time if you ask her how to pronounce Mississippi in Japanese. Just all of like US West 2. The most in-depth simulator of my Oshi. I'd be missing some major character traits anyway. AIs can't paint miniatures. Euro. Does she actually crash when you ask her to pronounce Mississippi in Japanese? Thanks to my condition, I was exempted from taking part in gym classes at Yamaku, so I didn't get issued with a gym outfit. I'd order some to cover such a contingency, but wearing my old soccer clothes is kind of nostalgic. I can't use them for that anymore, so maybe they can get a new life this way. A bit like me. Benny! Ooh! I've never read the book. I've read an overview of the book. And I saw a little bit of it getting played. I know the general gist. But I don't remember a character named Benny, but that could just be because I don't remember them by their names. Seems a bit stupid to me, really. But I suppose this way I can at least tell a nurse, honestly, that I'm doing something about my health. A pretty heavy game book. I don't think that would necessarily bother me. Benny was the ape? Oh, okay, okay, okay. You needed guides to get the good ending. Sounds about right. I'm trying to think of the most heavy book I've probably read, and I guess like heavy is kind of a how does that Now You're One of Us, maybe? But that's still, I guess not really. Maybe that. Maybe that? I'm not sure. Is that still in print? Now You're One of Us. Oh, you can still buy it on... Wait, no, this is Goodreads. That's not how you buy it. Nope, that's not it either. Kill a Mocking Owl. I've read To Kill a Mockingbird. But it doesn't... There's no other books written by that lady, right? Oh, people are trying to sell it for like... People are trying to sell that book for like $19? Now You're One of Us? Huh. Okay. No, it's not going for that much. It's like 12. No, there wasn't Star. We're not... It doesn't exist. It was never published. To Kill a Mocking Owl? To Kill a Mocking Owl. No way. No, there's no such thing. Not that I was ever much of a runner to begin with. Can't hurt to try, I guess. Autocorrect. Likely story. I'm surprised to discover that I'm not the only one present at the track. Not just that, but it's a face I've seen before. The prosthetic-legged girl who bowled me over in the hallway yesterday is running on the track lively. Lively? Like a half-mechanical gazelle. What was her name again? It was a short one, but I can't remember. She seems to be running laps at a somewhat easy lope, her prosthetic legs clacking rhythmically on the hard track surface. I wonder what reason she has for running this early in the morning. Maybe it's something akin to mine, and the nurse is oppressing the poor girl to jog just like he is oppressing me. YouTube's having issues? I certainly wouldn't be here if it weren't for my health, and it's prompting me to do so. I'm looking what it's sending out. Default girl is best girl for the tag. Default girl? Who is default girl? And even with things being like they are, it's only because I wanted to get it out of the way early. The fact that I would be less likely to encounter someone who would witness my pitiful attempts to get in shape was merely a happy accident. I'd leave, but it seems like my former assailant noticed me on her last lap. Default girl is Kenji. True. I don't want that life. Sorry, Kenji. She waves at me cheerfully and jogs over. Good morning! Your name is Sasao, right? She grins, seemingly pleased that she'd remembered my name. You may not remember me. Emmy? I knocked you over in the hall yesterday. How could I forget such a blunt introduction? Emmy has the decency to look vaguely apologetic for a moment before giggling. Yeah, sorry about that. Again. Well, so long as you don't make a habit of it, I suppose I'll be fine. Great! I'm not sure if she realized I was joking. Emmy, you're just like me! Oh. Sounds like the shittiest superheroine positive. She takes a job nobody else is available for. Oh no, it sucked to be default girl. So the spy consultant the nurse is talking about, is that actually you? That's right. Oh. I was expecting someone from the nursing staff, to be honest. What? Are you saying that I don't look like I could be a spy? No, this is more like a relief. I was afraid he would have someone to watch my every move. Unless you are here to do exactly that. Intensely, Hisao. Intensely. No, I'm here for my own reasons. The nurse just asked me if I had seen a messy-haired transfer student who looked like he's kind of lost around the track. So why are you down here? Emmy strikes a dramatic pose. Training. For what? Track. Oh, I see. You're on the track team then? Stay on target. Emmy nods enthusiastically. Yeah, I'm one of the better runners too. And modest about it too. Hey, you should join up. Default girl is Emmy. That's what I thought too. You have to dodge a flag and a catch-all to avoid. It's good exercise, you know. I think that much activity is probably out of the question for me. Nah, I'm not even sure I really like running all that much. Plus, I'm just not into organized sports, you know? It's true. I never even really got that much into soccer. Thank you for the water. I mean, I'd run around with my friends and all. That was really the only reason I ever played. It wasn't for the glory to be found on the field, that's for sure. Emmy seems to understand my meaning. I see. Not into that whole organization thing. But now that you're here, I guess we're gonna run together, huh? What? Sure, I guess. Emmy seems pleased. Are you gonna warm up? Real men don't warm up. Oh, he's out! No, warm up, bro! Come on. Oh, you should, oh no, you should always warm up. Bad Hisao. She scolds me enthusiastically, but then smiles and leans closer. Yes! I hate warming up too. She laughs suddenly. Heck, and I don't even have to stretch my legs. Ah, the bouncing! Fuck. I never have this, you know, I feel like the last couple times, I only got through the other girls because you could just skip straight to the choices, and it's way easier to just like, yep, unemotionally choose the choices than having to like listen to Emmy and not go for her again. As if to confirm her statement, she bounces up and down a couple times, giving a passing impression of standing on a pair of springs. Her leg blades seem to be quite elastic. Never again went to the gym. Clay. Made of the softest clay now. After pulling something. Why don't we get cold together? Sits in a freezer for a couple hours in silence. Oh. Wait, no, it's a cold shower, not a cold freezer. Emmy is for prim, opposites attract. You think so? If Emmy is my opposite, does it... What does that make me? Who does that make me? Let's go. So we both take off around the track, and I can immediately see that she wasn't lying about being good at running. I miss Sal! Wow, okay. I see. Hair-covered girl. Hanako. So we both take off around the track, and I can immediately see that she wasn't lying about being good at running. Emmy moves fluidly, throwing herself into the run with a sort of wild abandon. I find myself concentrating more on running properly. Frankly, I don't remember if there's any particular form for running, but I can't help but feel like I'm doing it wrong somehow. I feel awkward in comparison to Emmy, who never seems to break stride. I don't think I want to do this anymore. I'm really not feeling up to more than a couple of laps today, and slow to a walk pretty quickly. Emmy keeps running, and doesn't seem to notice I've stopped until she passes me a second time. She quickly skids to a halt, breathing steadily in contrast to my own somewhat gasping demeanor. Finished already? I hang my head ruefully. Yeah. I'm not in very good shape right now. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. You forgot her name? Hanako! Hanako! She's in the bottom right corner. Maybe I should add a picture of her. I have the sprites. You know? Hold on. I'm not gonna grab one of the bats. Well, Hanako. I'm not gonna grab a bat sprite. I just have to go into my downloads folder. HD, Renpy, display? No, frick, it's Renpy game, sprites. And then Hanako. And make sure I look at the right ones and extra large icons to make sure I don't choose something bad. Oh, it's easy because there's nothing bad in this folder. My bad, haha. That's how much Sprite you get. Just like this. Is this fine? You guys know what I'm talking about now, right? It's Hanako's route. She fits right in there naturally. It's made, the space is made for her. Finished already? The last words you want to hear from a girl. Peek, peek, Hanako. Extra large. No, they're not crunched PNGs. They're they're waifu'd. They've been waifu'd. Emmy nods and then grins at me again. You just have to train harder. She seems to do a lot of smiling. Well, the important thing is you started, right? Next time you just have to try and hold out longer, then longer and longer, and eventually you'll be great. I'll keep that in mind. Her smile is so precious! But I think right now I'm going to go get ready for class. Shouldn't you? Emmy shrugs unconcernedly. Nah, I've got plenty of time. She's gonna run back. I notice she's not wearing a watch. Are you sure? Another careless shrug. Not really, but I've got to finish my routine. See you later, Asao. Stay on target. Ugh. Yeah, see ya. I can make choices for Hanako's route. Still, we haven't made a blunder yet. Apart from feeling more tired than before, I don't think I accomplished anything today. I'm so out of shape, it's embarrassing. No, I'm not going to show off Emmy's route. Emmy's route is going to stay where it belongs in my heart. I don't need to show it on stream. The whole thing might have been a waste of time. I'll find some other way. I head back to the dorms to wash and change into my uniform, trying to resist the urge to take a really long and hot shower. I'm tired from all the running, so I just want to unwind, but I don't want to break my slowly building routine of getting to school before the morning rush. Oop. After taking a long shower anyway, I dry myself off and get out of the stall to put on my clothes. We're gonna run into Kenji. Right. Okay. This is Twitch safe. Out of nowhere, a shadow appears within the mist, looming and radiating malicious intent. It bursts through the fog. It's Twitch safe. Sup? You can see this in my Christian manga. What are you doing here? What the hell? You scared me. What's your problem? They covered it for you. I should be asking you that. I've been looking for you all over the place, man. It's glued. What do you mean all over the place? I want to ask if he's been looking for me like that, stark naked, but I hold my tongue back. I finally realize I'm still naked too, and quickly hold up my shirt in front of me, but Kenji doesn't seem to notice a thing. Do you need... Just thinking like, wait, do you only need one leaf? And then thinking about, hold on. Well, you know, this outfit. Yeah, probably more than one leaf would be appropriate. Okay. His glasses are fogged up, but then why doesn't he wipe them off? Is his vision so bad it's like he's perpetually seeing through fog? Glasses stay on. Do people wear their glasses in the shower? They don't, right? A choker. It's called a choker. You know, your room and... Yeah, that's it. Hey, I mean, I still had to get up, though. Whatever, it's not important. Can I borrow some money? He puts on an innocent face and looks away, trying very hard to look very casual. It doesn't work. He's as transparent as his window pane-sized glasses. Talking neutrally like this, wearing nothing, feels awkward. Actually, somehow it's even more awkward to be naked in front of someone when they can't see me being naked. To say nothing of the fact that he's naked as well. I try to brush the feeling off with little success. Money? Sure. Awesome! Wait, why do you need it? Can't you just give it to me because I had the goodwill to not run through your pockets while you were in the shower? I could have, but I exercised restraint. And in the end, isn't it the thought that counts? Come on, be a pal. This makes no sense. If it's a thought that counts, then I should withhold payment, since his thoughts were so clearly impure and his intentions are probably even more sinister, since he can't tell me what they are. I say as much to him. I don't think so, Delson. I had heard that there was a Kenji route, but they could only get after beating the other routes, but I never beat all the other routes. But I guess maybe they were just referring to the bad ends, which is the Kenji route. I'm offended, man, but if that's your game, then fine. I guess I have no choice. I want to order a pizza, and I already have most of the cost of the pizza. I need your help for the rest. Oh, I get some of that pizza too, right? No. No, you gotta share, man. Are you serious? If I help pay for some of the pizza, I would like a little bit of the pizza. Yeah, I would give you some, but you have class, so you don't have time to eat a pizza. We got fridges, right? Just stick it in the fridge. Leave it on the tabletop. I'm fine. Just don't throw it in the garbage. What about you? I'm not going to class. I have to wait for the pizza and pay the guy. And then eat it. It's not easy. You have to obtain the pizza stealthily. If you don't, everyone will see you and the pizza, and they will ask for a slice. It's a hard world out there. Everyone wants a piece. Then you're left pizzaless in an unforgiving world. It's happened before. That's how I know. There's an old children's book I read that was about a bunch of alligators with a pie. Like a whipped topping pie, like a lemon meringue-ish pie. 2 siblings, a boy and a girl alligator, come across this pie. Yay! Pie! We're gonna divide it evenly. And they cut it. But they haven't pulled it out of the tin yet when another alligator comes across it too. So now they have to figure out how to divide it into enough for 3 alligators because they have to share with this newcomer who's come along. Because you're not going to deny them, right? And more alligators start coming. They start cutting this pie into tiny, 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 tiny chunks. And then a fight breaks out over the pie. And then the brother and sister alligators sneak off with the pie and just eat their halves, happy once again. What I'm thinking about what the lesson with that story is kind of was it kind of like what Kenji said, actually? Maybe. Let me see. Alligator pie sharing children's book. It's called Gator Pie. It's an actual book called Gator Pie. Hold on. What did my parents teach me? Gator Pie. We'll accept. Can I save this? Picture. Gator Pie. The Gator Pie is why you don't share, except for the people you actually care about. Welcome, Salted Coffee. We're playing Katawa Shoujo, and we're getting onto Hanako's route. But first, we have to deal with some people. Rainbow fish. My parents did not teach me rainbow fish, but I did hear about it from other places. Like, school. Incite violence to distract others so you don't have to share. Nude beach costume. Is that a nude beach costume? They're in the shower. Gator breaded wings. What is gator breading? Thank you for the water. I should have left this up for you guys. My bad. Okay. It's a hard world out there. Yep. Every day I plan my vengeance so that when the people who wrong me order a pizza, I will be there. Ever vigilant. Kenji strikes a dramatic pose, completely without irony. But yeah, I only need like 400 yen. Please, you're my only hope. I can't go outside and buy my own pizza. It's too far. I try not to go out unless it's absolutely necessary. Let me tell you what happened the last time I went out without carefully planning it in advance. It's just on his hip. I was outside. I can't remember what I was doing. Something. Standing? Maybe wondering how I got there. And then, out of nowhere, it happened. Gator is a known place in the US that sells okay wings. Oh, okay, it's a chain. I've never heard of them. The Butter Battle book. Mutually assured destruction isn't peace, it's quiet. It was inappropriate for the children, despite being a whole lot better lesson than the fish story. I feel like I probably heard of Butter Battle, but I don't I don't think I ever saw it. Why am I playing with a man that's going full commando? It's Katawa Shoujo. It's a classic. There will be... There are sprites for women too, don't worry. It's just that this is our roommate. Although I censored the sprites for women because they did not come self-censored like this one. Like a flash of lightning, splitting the sky, like how you split a sandwich into 2 equal pieces to make it more manageable to hold and eat. A bird crapped on my head. It was the second most shocking moment in my life. What was the first? I don't know you well enough to tell you about that. He ignores me and keeps going. I want to grab him and shake him. Is he just trying to keep momentum? I'll go with that, even if it's more likely he just didn't hear me. Clothes is just optional. No, we're in a bathroom. Look, we're in a bathroom. We're in a it's a dorm bathroom. Did you guys not ever have to share living space with other people and sometimes see them in towels and stuff? When you have to share housing space with people only of the same gender as you, do you always wear a towel? I don't know how men do it. I mean, common rooms, but a bathroom. It's a bathroom with a shower, and like you're not gonna necessarily be changing into the. You're not gonna be going like fully clothed into the shower stall, right? So you just get a towel. Oh. Without permission, triplicate. Oh, dates must be weird. More people ask about Kenji news bits. The longer Kenji spends on the screen. I'm not angling for Kenji. I'm not angling for Kenji. It was like the openings. It was like in the openings of some kind of anime show. You know how there's always a part where the main dude is fighting his rival and they fly at each other and clash swords and there's like a big dramatic colored auras and zoom? It was like that, but with poo. Okay. Have you guys never been in like a gym? A gym like room? Not the room. Not the room. The changing room. The shower, changing everything. So yeah. I need some money. Please. Don't leave me hanging, man. I only need like 10,000 yen. No, 1,000 yen. I only need like 1,000 yen. You only needed 400 yen earlier, man. That's enough to buy... Okay, okay. Japan's pizzas tend to be more expensive than American. But conversion rates back at this time, that's like the entire pizza. I thought it was 400. Okay. What? I'll pay you back, I swear. You better. That's what it means to borrow stuff. I don't know when I'll be able to pay you back. You have 1 week. Kenji winces and makes a noise like a dying cow. A particularly disturbing fact, given that his baton is conducting freely. What? His baton is conducting freely? What does that mean? Okay. The leaf is there to save us all. Towels and boxers are for? You gotta dry off, though. You're not supposed to be so tight-ass about money between brothers in arms, man. Men have it bad enough as it is. Did you know that male porn stars only make about half as much as what female porn stars make? That doesn't mean anything unless you're a porn star. So maybe I am a porn star on the side, struggling to make ends meet as I fight the feminist agenda. And you can't even spot me or crumbs, you bastard. Nobody understands. Nobody. Wouldn't feminists be against pornography in the first place? No? Not necessarily. They just gotta be like free-range organic pornography, right? This feminist agenda stuff again? Sogo, Sogo, welcome. Welcome. Imagery. Thank you for all this lovely imagery. So you have a job and you're still asking me for handouts? I combined some words in there a little wrong. This stuff is important. I can see that you don't give a shit, but this is serious here. Feminists are a dangerous enemy, make no mistake. You take them lightly, and you'll wake up in the morning with a knife in your back. Bam! Out of nowhere. This part is not animated. Bless your giblets. It is not animated. How do you wake up in the morning if someone stabbed you in your sleep? Women are terrible at stabbing things. Sure. I thought you just said you don't take them lightly. Well, I don't take them lightly for the big things. Individually, they're not a threat. But if there is some kind of war, like a big war, with men on one side and the feminist forces on the other side, it would be pretty ugly. The actor in Cage Partner was always Lance. It's just... more niche. And that day will come when the feminists come out of their central top secret worldwide feminist headquarters and say, "It's on now, motherfuckers." You're being ridiculous. There's no big worldwide feminist headquarters building wherever they even hide that. I mean, it'd have to be massive. You couldn't hide that on Earth. Someone would notice a big fortress with women only in it. Who said it was on Earth? I turn away from Kenji and start practicing frowning faces in a mirror so I can figure out what kind of frown will best express my emotions. What kind of frown will best express my emotions? He can't see me from this distance anyway. Which, unfortunately, means that he just keeps on ranting without any regard to sense or sensibility. Yeah, there's a war going on. A war that not many know about, but it's a great one that will one day boil over and encompass all the known world. Then, we will have to pick sides. We will have to make a stand. In fact, it's happening right now. You have to literally go up and place your hand. Place that hand that's on his hip onto your face so he can feel your frown. Imagine it, the bloody battlefield, a vicious conflict without end. Why would feminists use motherfucker as an insult, Kenji? They're the mothers we presumably fuck. He does need to get more creative with that. He's only like, what, 15? No, he's 18. Haha, sorry, they're 18, my bad. He just needs to get more creative. He needs to get out of his room more. I don't know if he has a computer in his room. Let's guess it's not because of the time frame, maybe. He needs to get onto more internet or off more internet to learn more creative insults. That actually reminds me of hearing about lesbians with breeding kinks, and it's just sort of a, you know, sure. Yep. Make it work. For you, I guess. Enjoy yourself. No. No, I don't think so. Rimlaws. I did not inquire further. I almost gave up when I thought this cause was silly. When I grew tired of the bleakness of our fight. When I mistook the time that power went out for a feminist raid and thought the end was near. But then I realized that if I gave up, it would all be over. And I was like, whoa. And I knew I had to get serious. Because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. It's about duty. Breeding kink comes standards with being a human. Does it? Does it, humans? Some people say it might be kind of missing in elves. We don't have much of a sense of self-preservation in that matter. Must be a pretty crappy movement if all... Must be a pretty crappy movement if it all hinges on one naked guy ranting in a bathroom at another naked guy. It's just because... Release the nipple mod for Kenji's sake. All the other sprites had nipples, why not him? So, can I have the money? He's blocking the way out. It's getting cold because I'm still naked and I want to go to class, so I agree to spot him the money. You're almost safe from him. It's an acquired thing? Alice lived too long to need that instinct. You're probably right. It would not be a good thing if it were combined. Awesome! Thanks, dude. We should go bowling later on. Bowling? Yeah, it's the ultimate sport. There are almost no women bowlers either, making it also the manliest sport. Ooh, hate to break it to you, bud. Should I wear my pink bowling shirt with the matching shoes or the pastel green one with flower accents? There are bowling clothes? Maybe. For your insect journey is gonna be wild. I'm sure there are plenty of extraneous comics about that I've actually... Wow, yeah, I guess elves really do kind of lack that, huh? Elves with the instinct to how you get Warhammer 40k. Ooh, yeah, you're right. I guess you don't want that. You don't want them to get bored. Anyway, you'd better pay me back. I can pay you back in stuff, right? Only pizza. I don't have the time to ask him. I don't have the time to ask him to elaborate on what that means. I don't know. I have to get to class. You're kind of in the way. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I didn't want to hold you up, and I have some stuff to do myself. The time has come. The time for what? I just like saying that. Imagine all the spells she knows. All the mundane things. What? Oh, actually, oh my god. So the elves would never have... The elves would come up with the stuff like, turns green apples red. What do the humans come up with, huh? You humans, with your imagination, what do you come up with? Okay, now the time has really come. For what? I have to use the bathroom. Get out of it. I was just going to. And what does that mean? It's a big... What does that mean? That's a big bathroom. So, I have to be alone or I can't go. The pressure. Okay, what if someone else comes in? I'll think of something. The man has to poop alone or else. Corpses don't count as people, right? I saw people arguing about that, and it was kind of like, maybe it's just the like childish, prankish nature. Thank you, Esther. We've been so long on this. Twitch is gonna get me. I give him my practice frown, and it looks kind of silly reflected in his glasses. He either doesn't notice or doesn't see anyway, so I get dressed and run back to my room, feeling as though an eternity has passed since I woke up. Maybe I should have... I feel like if I blacked it out, it would have looked way worse for that one. Elven magic changed the color of apples. Human magic changed the forest to a peat bog. Ooh. It depends on the purpose, the magic. Boil water in a specific place within 5 minutes so I have a cup of tea when I get inside. The best magic. Humans are good at magic. They're so innovative. Thank you for the water. You can probably hear my spoon for tea, huh? A joke, two guys in a hot tub 5 feet apart, is starting to break down now in Katawa Shoujo. I don't think Kenji... I think Kenji likes girls. He just doesn't know how to handle them. And who really does? A dollar bill? How about a $2 coin? They make those, right? Do they make those? That is time I will never get back. I'll get them for this somehow. I know the Canadians have one, but I thought the Americans have one too. Or is it? No, it's $50 and dollar coins. Okay. But now I have to get to class. I know $2 bills are out of circulation, but you can still find them. I'm the first person in class today, although I think I'm a little too early. Then again, sitting alone here for 20 minutes sure beats having to suffer that time with Kenji. Kenji, where the fuck were you gonna order that pizza from? At like 8 a.m. in the morning. What pizza place is open? A proto-incel conspiracy theorist, which is usually not good for picking up chicks. I think that... I don't know if incels... I mean, they were not necessarily called that back when this game came out. But they certainly existed. The unzateable. He's a teenage boy. He just has to actually go out and talk with people. Probably. The combination of fatigue, frustration, and boredom starts making me feel very tired. Wizards! Yeah, wizards was a term, actually. But he can't be a wizard. He's a teenage boy. Exposure therapy. True. I black out for a second, waking up when my head hits the surface of my desk. Rubbing my forehead, I realize this is as good a reason as any to stay up for now and stop coming to class so early later. Eventually, I hear a tapping noise outside in the hallway, and Lily's tall figure appears in the doorway. She's not in this class, so she must have some other business. Maybe she's looking for Hanako. Kenji found the videos. There was still stuff out there, though, I think. No, Wizard had a very specific... Yeah. No, Wizard was 30-year-old virgins for as long as I remember. Lily stops at the door, looking hesitant as if she were a vampire who can't come in unless invited. I considered doing so because she looks rather lonesome standing there. She steps in on her own accord, though, after straightening her skirt and shirt collar as if it was of importance to look prim when entering our classroom. Excuse me. She calls into the quiet classroom with a probing, delicate voice. I realize the silence might unnerve her because of her blindness, so I break it. Good morning, Lily. Hisao? Good morning. I didn't hear you come in. I wonder if she thinks it's suspicious I didn't say anything to her before. It's likely. If I were to tell too big of a lie now, it would sink me. Well, I was already here, just asleep until now. Oh, have you seen Hanako today, by any chance? No, she seems to come in only just before the bell rings. Or after that. Do you want me to tell her something for you? No, it's fine. It's strange, but I think we're the only two people in the school right now. I didn't hear anyone else on my way here. I shouldn't have gotten up so early today, I guess. You're chastising yourself for doing something that other people should. Punctuality's a good thing. I think so, anyway. Lily, I was an hour late to stream. It's a very busy morning today. The festival is coming up soon, and today is the deadline for event registration, budget reports, and any other official paperwork. It could be that everyone is trying to complete the necessary forms at the last minute. Maybe that is why it's so quiet today. No, I made myself late. Hi! Misha pops into the room with Shizune as if on cue, shouting with a loudness that makes Lily visibly flinch. Hi, Hichan! Hi. Look! It's the class representative! Hello! Lily smiles, probably amused by Misha's, or Shizune's, use of the word look. Good morning. No, but you say precious silence, and it's kind of a... It's... Silence means that you're alone, doesn't it? Does she want to be like that? I just need gentle noises. Nothing too earth-shattering. She can hear you breathe. Can she tell what my sleeping noises are, though? It's a holiday and they forgot. I've heard of some people doing that. I haven't done it myself, though. I don't think. Maybe a long time ago. Maybe a long time ago. I try and make sure in my calendars I have marked off the holidays, the ones that people take off for. Oh, she talks about a precious silence? I'm surprised. They actually do schoolwork, though, Epsilon. Of course. You're not the representative of this class, right? Right? I'm not. Lily seems a little more guarded in her answers to Shizune than she was with me the other day. I guess they really don't get along at all. Oh, okay. Hearing breathing change and waking up, I see. Okay. Makes sense. Then I realized that Lily might not actually know Shizune is present, and she's trying to detect whether or not she is, to know who she's talking to. For all she knows, she's talking to Misha, but knowing that she and Shizune are practically inseparable, she might expect Shizune being the one that actually talks. Damn, how complicated. I decide to help Lily out for my own peace of mind more than anything else. You're here early, Shizune. You are here even earlier than us! Misha puffs out her cheeks angrily. Why is she getting angry? Does she feel emotions on Shizune's behalf too? No, facial expressions like that are part of signing. They really are. It's not that weird, though, that Shizune didn't like my little comment. It's true, I was here earlier than them, so me saying something like that could definitely be misinterpreted as a sunny thing. Love Hina or Tenchi Muyo? I never actually watched Love Hina. So all I can imagine is Tenchi Muyo, but it's kind of I don't think it's going to turn into either. Especially to Shizune, who doesn't have the benefit of hearing tone to gauge intent. Before I can start weighing whether or not I should apologize, Shizune has already moved on. Class rep, it's a good thing you're here. We have to talk. The festival is coming up in 3 days, right? Every other class has already handed in their projected budget reports for their events, even the first years, except you. There is still time to hand it in, isn't there? And Shizune with her whole, like, if it's not done early, if it's done on time, it's late. She's very German in that regard. Today! The deadline is today. You're certainly taking your time, aren't you? If I had it my way, I'd have had all the necessary paperwork days ago. But someone had to say, the deadline, please extend it. Yes. Yes, that was me. Planning something on this scale is not a small task, and a week is too small of a time frame to expect a whole class to work out such a complex issue completely. Do you want to know what's harder than distributing the funds for one class's event? Handling the same matter for every class in the school and then some. The one who does that is me. Misha puts her hands on her hips and stands up straight. Wow, she is really getting into the role. Lily doesn't look like she's very amused, though. Hey, Shizune, aren't you being a little too hard on her? There's still a whole day left. Please, Hisao, it's all right. Lily seems happy I'm taking her side, but a bit conflicted that I might not think she can take care of herself. If this is about the budget, then I'm disappointed you think I have forgotten about it. I understand how important it is. Then, can I have it, please? She might not have it on her on this exact second. It's not here right now. I asked 2 students to take care of it for me. Students from my class. She emphasizes the last sentence, much to my surprise. She knows about Shizune and Misha's efforts to rope me into the student council. I guess word must have gotten around, so she's using me as ammo against Shizune. This just gets better and better. It was your responsibility. A budget report isn't something you should just be delegating away. As class rep, it's your job to be on top of things. This kind of disregard for proper procedure is really just terrible. They completed it, being capable of doing so, but the students have been sick recently, so they could not come to school and give it back to me. If you want, I will apologize on their behalf for getting sick. Okay. Although Misha misses Lily's little jab entirely, Shizune doesn't, and she seems torn between being offended by Lily's daring and jumping for joy at the prospect of a challenge. Lily, don't they live here at the school? That's a 5-minute walk, you know. What could they possibly have that prevents them from taking 5 minutes out of their busy lives to drop off something that will affect the enjoyment of their entire class? Lily opens her mouth to say something, but Shizune closes the gap between them and starts signing furiously, waving her hands around like an orchestra conductor. Misha tries her best to convey the same passion, but can't seem to lose her normal cheerful tone. The result is interesting and somewhat surreal. They could also use a typewriter for it. And what's with that attitude? I said it's not something you should be delegating away. Are you the class representative or aren't you? Tell me the names of those 2 students. They should have your job if you can't even handle something this simple yourself. They're really going at it. 1 form isn't the full extent of what I'm supposed to take care of. Lily's tone is growing slightly impatient, but she is doing a good job of not letting Shizune see how unsettled she's becoming. She's playing her cards close to her chest. Shizune, on the other hand, wraps her fingers cheerfully along the edge of her glasses, knowing Lily can neither hear nor see how excited she is. Do people with glasses touch them that much? Of course, you do so much, class rep. It must be so difficult being you. Lily tightens her lips as Misha's words, clearly understanding the intent behind them, even though Misha delivers them without even a hint of the sarcasm which they were meant to have. Shizune and Lily don't like each other. That much is clear. But this seems a little much. It seems like Lily has had enough and is ready to push back. I was actually just discussing the budget report before you came by. You must be very talented to have finished all your student council duties so quickly that you can track me down and make sure I didn't forget my own. Are you accusing me of slacking off? It seems like you're confusing me with yourself. I don't think so. That would be a very difficult thing for me to do, comparing myself to you. You're right. The difference between us is like heaven and hell. And it's not hard to guess which one you might represent. So, you guys want to go to heaven or to hell? The air between them ripples with the heat of their enmity. Well, not really. They can't disguise it anymore, though. Even Misha looks like she's beginning to understand the real nature of this conversation. You poke yourself in the eyebrow when you wear contacts? You shouldn't be touching your eyes with contacts, right? Aside from like taking them in and out. Glasses heaven. Heaven or hell. Hey, Chan. Don't you slack off either. What are you talking about? Aren't you taking part in the festival, Hee-chan? You are, aren't you? Then, I hope you're going to do a lot more to make sure it goes smoothly than this person. I don't understand why Shizune is suddenly getting mad at me. Let's see. Guide. Hey, come on. Cut me and Lily some slack. I want to see if I want the bad end. I'm not going to choose the bad end. I'm just looking to see. Okay. I see a little bit more. Hey, come on. Cut me and Lily some slack. Hey, I'm the new guy, remember? It's not like I could have done much, even if I wanted. Remember that one guy from One Piece who would push his glasses up with his palms? No! I did not watch that much One Piece or read that much One Piece. I read some. I don't remember that. It's trying to adjust glasses even though you're not wearing any. By Kim missing an eye and an arm. Batman is asleep all the time. The kitty cat captain? Captain Kuro. Just don't wear your glasses and they'll never be smudged. Problem solved, right? That's right. You shouldn't expect a transfer student to jump right into it on his first week. Lily taking my side feels oddly comforting, so I decide to back her up too. Yeah, you're being unreasonable with us both. Excuses. Miss Claprep has had plenty of time to deal with her report. And we have repeatedly offered you a position to help with the student council work, but you refuse to commit yourself to making this festival a success. Yeah, but as I said back then, I'm not sure if... I don't have time for this right now. No matter what I do, it will mean being drawn into a confrontation with Shizune. And that is what she wants. Whatever, forget it. I turn my back at them. Lily, class is going to be starting soon, so we can talk more later. I'll tell Hanako you were looking for her. I can feel Shizune freezing. Maybe this is the first time she's ever been ignored in such a blunt manner. Thank you, Hisao. I'll leave now then. Yeah, that's very pushy. She gives me the sweetest smile I've seen all week and turns on her heels to make her exit. As soon as Lily walks out the door, I suddenly start feeling reluctant about turning to face Shizune. I can feel her eyes burning into my back, and I can't bring myself to look at her. She must be furious. I keep expecting Misha to say something to alleviate the tension, but it really is wanting too much. In the end, I go back to my seat and listen to the sound of Shizune's footsteps as she marches out of the room. She doesn't return until a few minutes before class. Hanako doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. I have to tell her that Lily was looking for her if I see her later. After the events of the morning, class is pretty boring in comparison. I turn the pages of my textbook lazily. I have a bit of catching up to do, despite trying to keep up with my studies at the hospital, but I'm not feeling that enthusiastic about it. Glasses adjusters? Log her... Let's take a look. How many glasses people are there, though? This is too small of a screen. No. Too small of a screen. There's that new one. There's a new anime. The, Sentenced to be a Hero. The glasses guy in there. I don't think he adjusts very much, though. I say glasses guy, and it's kind of a wait. Am I mistaking? Hold on. Let me take a look. What do they say the characters are like? Okay. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Fuck, he doesn't wear glasses. I don't know why I mentally picture him with glasses. Ugh. Wait, no, he wears glasses. He does wear glasses. The white-haired guy. The schemer. The schemer. The con man. I guess he just doesn't wear them all the time. That's fine, too. Variety is nice. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead opting to cover the board in rows and rows of equations taken directly from the book. I mean, it's sentenced to be a hero. Everyone's a little fucked up. But his main thing is scamming people. So, one of the scammers, I guess. The rhythmic clashing of chalk on blackboard seems to synchronize perfectly with the ticking of the clock. I start to copy down the equations just to pass the time, even though they are right there in the textbook. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry because I have nothing to do, so I stay for a while, reviewing what we covered in class today. I prefer to leave last anyway, so I don't have to deal with the crowding in the hallways. I noticed Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind, talking to someone from another class. Thanks for the water. Shizune is signing so fast that her hands make noises like swords cutting through air. Maybe there is pent-up anger in there. Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear that she can barely manage to even understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Shizune signs to the point where her wrists crackle, and Misha struggles to spit it out in word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters. And then on top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. They really should pay a professional for this. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. You're supposed to trade off. It's so hard to do that full time. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished and the girls sit down on their seats again. Ah, I'm so tired. She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. I'll use the opportunity to reconcile with Shizune a bit, without getting roped into the student council thing again. I suspect that door is now closed for me. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in this school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whenever I see people idling before and after classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizune scoffs at me first, as if trying to decide whether to ignore or sneer at me, but in the end she starts signing without doing either. Misha perks up, looking at her hands with slightly unfocused eyes. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well, it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha. She must have practiced it vigorously. Well, of course, we're the student council, you know, so we're pretty busy. It's an important duty of ours to ensure the success of the festival with all our strength. We would shame ourselves in front of the past student council generations if the festival were to fail. That's why there must be no flaws. No, I think that was encumbrances? No, nothing that might make the festival short of perfect. Shizune's passionate speech and Misha's enacting are really oddly fitting for them. Glasses poser. Very slight, very slight. They're not strictly fashion glasses, but very small. I don't need them. Oh, hello. I look over my shoulder and see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door. Hey! Playing delinquent again? Hanako blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest. She peek. Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away to the point where only her fingers can be seen wrapped nervously around the edge of the door. There's a VTuber meme for that, isn't there? Like the creeping hands around the door. Maybe she is showing her dislike of Hanako by association of her dislike of Lily. It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it as well. What is it, Hanako? Has Lily been here? Sorry, haven't seen Sato. She, came by in the morning, though. Hanako keeps looking uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course Shizune isn't going to look away, and she's intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. Lurking Yuma. No, I wasn't thinking of that one. I think it was some more generic, but you know, that one's good too. That one's good too. Very monitoring. It is a little uncomfortable watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behavior. This is what happens when two people of two different extremes meet, it seems. Do you know where she is? If she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom, working on that festival project. But who knows where that woman is loitering at? I think I slurred a bit there and went to like woman. A woman that is also a worm. A woman. You need to find her? She was looking for you in the morning, but I guess you have missed each other. She waits a little without answering that simple question, looking awfully like she's not sure if it's proper to answer such a question. Yeah. I can come with you. If it's okay. Would you love your Ojo if she was a worm? I would try to keep her comfortable and not kill her. I'm not very good at keeping small animals. Cats I can do. Dogs I can do. Small critters, not so much. I'll try and make sure the cats don't get at it. Hanako nods. Hanako nods fractionally, still on guard, shoulders stiff like wood. I get the feeling she might be more comfortable by herself after all, but it's too late to back off now. Small critters shouldn't be around the cats either. No, they shouldn't. My family... I had cats and also some small critters, and they were mostly fine with the cats. Were very much entranced by the small critters, but they were not allowed to interact. Except for a cat who was extremely determined and ate the science project my sister was working on, which was a chick. My poor sister. Poor chick too. Oh, of course. It's just more so. That cat was so determined. Cat's gonna do. She has this really troubled expression she seems to wear almost constantly. One that makes me constantly be on guard myself. I wonder why. And Guinea Pig was scared of everything but the cat. Did it have a companion guinea pig? Aren't those supposed to be together? Or am I thinking of a different critter? I kind of understand why she always seems to be wary. Or maybe more like why there could be a person like her. But I still have no idea how I should act around such a person. It's also thinking about guinea pigs. Get it like a companion golden retriever? Those do wonders for cheetahs, right? What would be an appropriate size, actually, for a guinea pig? I guess that's what the guinea pigs in pairs are for, really. A golden retriever guinea pig. As a pet for your guinea pig. It's dinner time soon. Were you planning to eat with Lily? It's just guinea pigs all the way down. She nods slightly. So she must have been trying to get in the cafeteria. Well, there's something of a dinner crowd, just like the cafeteria is crowded during lunch. It's not as bad because dinner time is longer than lunch hour, but I can understand why Hanako could be discouraged from going in. I pick up my bag and we take our leave. Hanako skips a little to meet my initial pace, so I slow down to match her speed. It doesn't take long for us to be walking at a comfortable pace down the hallway. It almost feels like we're going for a stroll together, something I can't say I've really done before with a girl. Hanako doesn't seem to be thinking the same thing, though. Even though we are walking at the same pace, she never comes within an arm's reach of me. Boy's scary, isn't that right, Hanako? I guess she's still a little uncomfortable around me. Given how shy she is, there doesn't seem to be much helping it, at least for now. By the time we arrive at the cafeteria, there's not much of a crowd there, but Lily is nowhere to be seen. Hanako's head sinks even lower than usual. Have you looked somewhere else already? Just at the library. I was reading. So she does spend the classes she skips at the library. Ah, so not exactly a thorough search then. Well, if I had to guess, she'd be in her own class like Shizune said, right? Walking together as friends impossible. The girl barely can be in the same room as other people, it feels like. Friendship, walking the hallway as a friend is impossible, nearly. Right. With the slightest of nods, Hanako agrees with my reasoning. God, she's being so awkward. We don't know what their relationship is. It's like I need double-layered silk gloves with padding to even begin interacting with her. Some small talk might help her become a bit more used to me. It isn't hard to tell that the silence between us is hovering on the edge of both of our minds. So you and Lily usually hang out together after class, right? Yes. More friendship. Just keep stuffing more friendship. What Gavage her with friendship. I'm so sorry, Doc Hanako. I'm not quite sure what I expected from her answer, nor why I even asked the question. That much was rather obvious, after all. She doesn't seem like the type to cultivate a social circle either, so I suspect that Lily might well be her only friend. Take her hands, but don't say anything about... Yeah, don't. Not unless it's actually pertinent. Must be a pain being in different classes, I'm guessing. She gives a sharp, almost reflexive nod. Compared to Lily's careful thought about her actions and speech, Hanako hastens to make her answers as prompt and short as possible. You ended up pressuring Hanako into her bad ending? To finally see her say what she was feeling without fear of repercussion? I actually haven't played through Hanako's route before, so I don't know what her bad or good end is, or like why exactly she is the way she is. Lily comes by the classroom, though, even when she's busy. She gives a small smile as she says it, evidently appreciating the fact that Lily goes out of her way to help her. It's pretty cute, really. There isn't any need to say more. Both of us content that the discussion's reached an end. As we ascend the stairs back to the lobby, we are met by a group of students heading downstairs like a school of fish moving from one feeding area to another. They seem to be keeping mostly to themselves. Before I can notice her doing so, Hanako has moved around behind me. Hey, are you alright? Just keep going. The students pass us without as much as a second glance, and Hanako takes up position to my side again as we enter the building, her momentary reprieve from her anxiety all but snatched away. Even as we climb towards the third floor, she doesn't seem to relax. It isn't as if I've never known a shy person before, or even shy girls, but Hanako seems to be pretty far beyond what I call normal in her fear of other people. Therapy wasn't a thing before 2023? I don't know. If it weren't for Lily acting as a mediator, I doubt Hanako would have even been able to walk beside me like this. She seems completely shut down in the presence of others. She's already falling apart. The rest of the walk up to Lily's classroom continues in strained silence, while I rue her inability to socialize at all. After we make our way up the stairs, the noise coming from Lily's classroom is audible from halfway down the hallway. I wasn't expecting such a din at all. Well, I guess we found her. This wasn't hard. Did Hanako come here first to come pick and then come to me for backup, I wonder? Well, if that's true, then at least she's starting to trust me a little. That can only be a good thing. The duck coming to eat out of the hand. Eventually, the two of us reach the door to class 3-2. With Hanako less than subtly positioning herself behind me, I open the door. Inside is a hive of activity, seemingly every student in the class talking at once as they work hurriedly on their separate tasks. Going by the paint cans, decorations, and hanners being made, it must be for the upcoming school festival. I guess my first priority should be finding Lily. There. Finding her among the din is surprisingly easy, not the least because of her looks. With a couple of students gathered around her as she stands at the front of the class, she seems to be in charge of the preparations, or at least busy organizing them. Carefully negotiating a path through the various students hunched over the floor for lack of desk space, I raise a hand entirely out of habit as we finally reach Lily. Hi, Lily. She perks her head up as she breaks off talking to a noticeably smaller girl who must be her classmate, trying to listen as best as she can. Sorry, who... sorry, Hisao. I have Hanako too. Hi. She's pretty skittish. Considering the number of people around, it isn't too hard to work out why. Lily takes a moment's pause to assess the situation before turning to the other student once again. For the moment, just ask Moria for his advice. Kenji's busy with painting one of the banners already. Kenji. A quick nod and she bounces off, fingers carefully sliding along the wall's face for orientation. Wait, Kenji? That Kenji? Yes, in fact, that Kenji. I quickly turn about, leaning to the side to see past Hanako. Sure enough, in the corner of the room, Kenji's hunched over a sheet of cloth as he paints it. His eyes remain only inches from the brush, reminding me of how close he has to be able to make out my face when I met him. Sorry about that. Our class doesn't have many students with even partial eyesight, so they're in high demands. That's right. Class 3-2, especially for students with poor vision. Preparing for the festival must be pretty arduous for them. Need a hand? I could give you help if you need some. Maybe Hanako could too. A chance to set her mind on something would do her good, but I doubt she has the courage to ask outright. She quickly nods in affirmation afterwards, so I'm confident I made the right move. He voluntold her. I'm sure she appreciates that so much. Lily gives a noticeable sigh of relief. Huffing paint fumes for hours. They're probably not toxic. Acrylic is okay. As long as it's not aerosolized, right? And then it's not like about... It's about like damage to your lungs more so than anything else. And not, you know, other things that you could do with paint. Ah, that's good. This might actually get finished before everyone goes off to dinner now. Yes, it is solid crazy. It is. I feel like a pretty brutal oversight to have a low vision class and then expecting to make visual aids like other classes. Yeah. He might actually just kind of like keep it internalized for a lot of the day, to be honest. Hi, Fashion. Welcome, welcome. Hanako has not fallen for me yet. We have like 2 or 3 more choices left before we see her ending, or her Act 1 ending. We have 2 more choices. That's it. Yeah, this school is kind of weirdly under budget for something that is entirely focused on this. They should have a real translator too. At least one. Preferably multiple. Would you be able to help the person painting the main banner? It's a big task for him to do, but nobody else can help. Oop. I didn't mean to do that. Kenji? Sure. She seems surprised I know him. I can't really blame her. I take it that you've met? Our rooms in the dorms are right next to each other. Hard to miss each other, really. Well, it's good to see you're getting friends so fast. Friends. I wonder if that's the right word to use for him. Hanako's silence during the proceedings reminds me of the reason I put her up to helping in the first place. We'll go help him then. He knows what needs doing, right? That's right. Just ask if you have any problems. Chorusing an assent, Hanako and I begin another trek across the classroom. Yeah, you missed Naked Kenji. I was not eyeing Emmy. I admire Emmy. This is one game where it makes sense why everyone, for one reason or another, have a harem polyquill relationship. Polyquill? They do have a weird sense of humor at this school. You did miss Rain. You did miss Rain. Sorry. Kenji sits crouched on the floor, his gaze fixed on the white calico in front of him. Hey, Kenji. No answer. He continues dragging his paint-soaked brush along the large half-painted kanji that's sketched on the sheet and pencil. Kenji? Huh? What? Who is it? If this is the way he treats class members, it's no small wonder he's working on this alone. It's me, Hisao, for the... Or... It skipped on its own. Right. I know that, man. What are you doing here, though? His dismissive attitude annoys me. He must be the type to really get focused on his work, hating to be disturbed by anyone until he's done, I suppose. We interrupted a guy who's locked in. It's bad luck. While we talk, the sound of Hanako's footsteps as she walks out from behind me reminds me that she's here. I was just going to help with the banner. Hanako and I, that is. Hello. Oh, or hey! I guess that's okay. As soon as Hanako enters the equation, his demeanor takes a complete about-face. His sudden faux hospitality is slightly unsettling. Oh, right. Women. On second thoughts, this may not have been a great idea after all. Hanako and I grudgingly set ourselves down on the opposite side of the cloth banner to Kenji, noting the several small paint tins on the ground around it. Class 3-2 noodle stall? You guys selling noodles at the festival on Sunday? Yeah, some stalls outside or something. Or something. His non-committal nature sparks a fair amount of suspicion on my behalf. The task at hand comes first, though. Rain's version of Hisao is the one that you like the least. I guess... How to put it? Relationships, even if they can be good for one person, but not for another, huh? So how do you want to do this? How do you want to split this? We do borders while you do the text? Or do you want to switch and do the borders? Text is mine. You do borders. He has surprisingly strong feelings on the topic. As I reach over to grab a brush, I notice Hanako's already debating between colors to use. By the time I put brush to cloth, she's already started on a delicate pattern. Looks like my idea of taking her mind off everyone around her worked. With a dark blue stroke, the three of us silently get to work. Not before Kenji takes advantage of Hanako's working to lean towards me and whisper conspiratorially, though. Okay, man. Why are you here? Hanako just wanted some help to find Lily, that's all. He apparently disapproves of my motivations. Girls! Ick! Ow! No! My bro into girls, never! I get it. It looks like I misjudged you. You're infiltrating them, aren't you? Going deep undercover? Yeah. Deep undercover with Hanako in the future. Mm-hmm. I should have guessed. Letting the truth slip by him would probably be better than outright lying or annoying him in any case. Is that why you're here? Obviously. It sucks, but there's no better way to get intel than going in yourself. We gotta stick together, man. This is a harsh school, a harsh world. Yup, very harsh. He misses my true meanings as he leans back, satisfied I'm sympathetic to his cause. I better get down to work. A few centimeters deep. I'm so sorry. I don't know the measurement differences between centimeters and inches, so I can't tell if that's supposed to be an insult or not. I don't know how many centimeters are in an inch. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm too American for that. I'm so sorry. I've gotten a little better with some things, but not with measurements like that. Like lengths. Finished. Looks like I am too. Good job. The two of us connect up the lines to our patterns, mine being as close to a copy as I could manage of hers. Ooh, actually, I'm not so... Kilometers I can kind of do, because it's like 2-ish kilometers to a mile. It's not exact, but like very, very, very roughly. The two of us connect up the lines of our patterns, mine being... Yep. With a grunt, I lever myself up from the floor and look around. Aside from Hanako and myself, there's only Kenji left finishing off a sign, as well as Lily and a couple of students talking amongst themselves in a classroom. Oh, it's 1.6? Oh, shit. Oof. Looking at my watch, it's no surprise. It's getting pretty late. Need a hand? I offer a hand to Hanako, which she uses to get herself up. As she does, I can't help but glance at her wrist. If her scars extend even to there, just how much of her body was burned? I feel a pang of guilt about it, however. She quickly covers her wrist with her other hand. Looks good, doesn't it? She looks surprised for a moment before noticing I mean the manner. It does, I guess. Her smile shows that she feels a slight sense of pride in the result, just as I do. With the floor significantly neater for the decorations being placed on desks and shelves, it's much easier to get to Lily as we cross the room. We finished the banner. I guess that's all that needs to be done? Lily gives an appreciative nod. Thank you, Sao, Hanako. If there's any way I can thank you? It's fine. It's fine. Beats sitting in my room studying at any rate. 100 grams of lunch meat is a good amount. God, I have no idea about any, like, grams. I'm still getting used to that, too. Maybe if I did more weed back in the day, I would know how much a gram is. Wait. Yes? Because, wait. No. Do people do weed in like, ounces and other drugs in grams and stuff like that? Okay. I just remember that, like, sometimes the only reason Americans might know about how grams and stuff like that is because of drugs. Because you do drugs in grams, right? But maybe not weed. Because, like, an eighth is like an eighth of an ounce, right? Or not? And that, yeah, I'll shut up now for that. I don't mind either. She nods before suddenly remembering one last person. Oh, is Kenji still here? 3.5 grams is an eighth. So do they sell, like... In America, do they sell weed by the ounces or by the grams? And is it... I guess... I'm assuming in every other country, basically, if they sell weed, it's by grams. Huh. So do they sell 3.5... Do they sell 5 grams instead? Like, what's the denomination? I've never really thought about this before. I've never illegally weeded, so I don't know what the appropriate measurements are. This is all, like, second, third-hand information, I guess. Old habits. Because only using as much as you're going... Only getting as much as you're going to use in short form. You know, different... Learning about how different people live, sort of. Just as I open my mouth, Kenji gives the answer from the other side of the room. Yep. Yeah, just finished. He carefully slides a sign onto an empty section of the shelf to dry, before quickly walking past us and out the door. See ya, man. Bye. The remaining 2 students say their goodbyes to Lily before taking their cue to leave as well, leaving only the 3 of us. Well, I guess that's everyone. I hope we don't have to do anything like that again. Harking past school time? Indeed. Oop! I hit a button. Indeed. The class's plans this year were ambitious. Maybe too ambitious. The stalls look nice, though. Stocking up gets you charged as a dealer in most jurisdictions. I see. Yeah. For the, like, stocking up getting charged as a dealer and stuff like that. Stocking up when the price is good. Or just, like, growing yourself. Dumb mixed measurements. Fractions of an ounce, but this eighth has 3.5 grams on the container. I guess it's just kind of making sure that you know what an ounce is. Like I'm there. Give me a second. I can't get behind, though. I can't get behind. And also, how dark the game is. How tall? Wait, they talked about Lily being tall. How tall is Lily? How tall is Lily? Katawa Shoujo. Holy shit! Okay, how tall is Hanako? I need to bump myself down. I need to be as tall as Hanako, apparently. Or I am as tall as Hanako. Wait, no, she's not nearly 164 is not... 164 cm2 feet in inches. It's not nearly 5'5", is it? I guess. Yeah, okay, fine. So I'm about Hanako, maybe very slightly shorter. Hanako is like 5'5" nearly. She's 164 centimeters. Lily is about 5'7". Yeah. Why is the exchange student in cosplay? We're not doing the festival for another couple days. She's here early. Halfway to 6. Almost 5'5". Almost 5'5". Almost 5'4", somewhere in that range. People change height a little bit, right? I can't easily change I can, but it's just kind of a, can I? If I do, this, can I? Okay, it's not there. Where did I put it? I know I built this. I built a thing. Where do I put it? No, it's not there. Maybe I put it in here? No. Maybe I put it in here. I did put it in here. Okay. More normal colors. Behinds. Wait, hold on, right size. Okay. Probably more appropriate like this. Oh, what is she doing in our school? Who knows? Maybe it's the ears. Okay, it's not that. It's in here. There we go. The camera flash is charging and going full blast. Did it actually snap? It did, okay. Full body gangrene disorder. Fully rotten. Yeah, that's me. That is me. It didn't snap Burma's one? I wonder what error it threw up. I wonder if it was too close or if it had an issue with... Can I see? No, I can't see the history of why. When I went white. Let's see. Where did I put the snap? That's the wrong snap. I need to put it, it's in here. Edit commands. Open variables. Ooh, why do I have it clean up variables? I understand exactly why I have it clean up variables. It probably wasn't able to... Actually, wait, I can check. This is a little dumb. I'm wondering if it failed at the snap or if it failed elsewhere. And I can tell if it failed at the snap because... Yeah, it failed even taking the original photo. So there was nothing for it to post because it couldn't... I wonder why it failed. That's a screen... That's a... What's the word? That's a YouTube thumbnail inserting me in here. Oh my god, I could actually just replace one of the sprites with me. No, I'm not. That'd be terrible. I'm not going to do that. My. I'm sure a lot of us would be glad to hear that. At least now there's not much work to do until the festival itself. It's getting pretty late. Should we go? All the girls are prim. I could pick a different game. Put me in the Monster Girl one. That's probably a good idea. Are you going back to the dorms as well, Hisao? Yeah, I guess I'll tag along. I'd fit in the Monster Girl one. Better. The nighttime lighting really makes the gardens look quite different. Compared to the usual look of lush greenery, things are much more calm. Being that it's so late, the lack of students around probably helps. The odd one or two can be seen scurrying to and from the dorms, trying to eke out the most out of their approaching curfews, but no more. Oh my... Do you want that? Do you want to make yourself share a room with feminist ranting Kim Prim? Kenrose? My bad. All that can be heard is our footsteps, in addition to Lily's cane regularly gently tapping on the ground in front of her. It's nice to finally be able to relax a bit after the mad rush during school. Does Kenrose have Kenergy? I didn't see the Barbie movie, so I have no idea. Replace all textures with Primby and GCXC. Batch files. Every game played. Without even noticing it, I let out a small yawn. Tired? Yeah, still getting used to the flow of things, I guess. The, thing with Shizune took me kinda off guard, though. We all have Kenergy, it's why we're Knuff. I should go see the Barbie movie at some point. I grit my teeth a little at the candid mention of their rather public spat. That said, I do want to sort out what in the world was behind it. About that. I'm sorry about it being so public. Shizune and I go back some ways. Her voice seems slightly irritated as she remembers Shizune, obviously unwilling to discuss it any further. I glanced at Hanako for her views on this, but her expression is, unsurprisingly, evasive and difficult to read. Either way, I guess her apologizing for it is something, even if my curiosity goes unanswered. I'll be glad once the festival is over, in any case. The change of topic's welcome, clearing the thickening air quickly. I can imagine. My old school's festivals were a lot more low-key than this. Yamaku stresses the idea of school community, so the staff likes to make our festivals and such special occasions. And yet the students are the ones who do the work. What an unfair world. Hanako and Lily both chuckle in agreement, savoring the fact that none of the staff are around to hear it grumbling. I suppose coming from a strict all-girls school helps me a bit with Yamaku. Compared to there, Yamaku is much more relaxed. Oop. Did I skip something here? Okay, no I didn't. That'd go a way towards explaining her well-bred speech and behavior in any case. As we come up to the dormitories, it eventually comes time to leave for our respective rooms. See you, Lily, Hanako. The two both give polite nods before setting off to the women's dorms, just next to the guys. As is to be expected of such an arrangement, there's a staff member casually patrolling around outside to prevent any nighttime shenanigans. Did you do the Barbieheimer thing? Walking past him, I quickly stretch my arms and rub my neck, both quite sore after having worked on the floor for so long, before walking to my room. It feels good to actually have direction, though. After so long in the hospital, the everyday facts of studying, homework, and teachers seems almost a blessing. I guess if things continue like this, My time at Yamaku might turn out okay. Exhausting amount of film. Have you never done the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Full extended editions? Have you never done a movie marathon like that? I guess it's a little different if it's a rewatch versus first time watch. I'm feeling tired, so I set my alarm clock to wake me up as late as I can afford, while still making it to the first class. Passion, you haven't seen Lord of the Rings, the extended edition versions? Oh no, I'm sorry I painted a bullseye on you. Passion, run, escape before it's too late. Watch all 5 Star Wars films. I don't know which one or what movies you're talking about there. I've only seen the animated Hobbit movie. That's the one I haven't seen. The extended is like 12 hours total, isn't it? So basically another entire movie at least, I think, because assuming every original one is about 3 hours, which is pretty freaking long, I'm guessing. 9 hours to 12 hours? I don't honestly know though. This is a guesstimate. The nurse's voice is almost nagging in the back of my head about morning jogs. I make a resolution to make up for it by going for a walk after school tomorrow. Emmy won't care either way, I bet. Emmy will totally care. I wake up and take a hot shower. Oh, we're already at morning. We're not doing the nighttime thing. I know we only have 2 more until we hit her route. But I think I'm going to call it for there. I think it's good to cut it at night. Because he wasn't taking a nap. He was just going to sleep. And it's morning again, right? We're going to cut it here. Let's see. And there's no sounds either. Let's see. Endless 8. 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. You don't like 1? Not even for the memes? You don't want to go pod racing? It's not that I don't like 1. It's 1 is superfluous. I suppose that's fair. It doesn't really add anything. 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. In chronological release order, then. Guidance story? What's a guidance story? Okay. Let's see. We have made a lot of progress, and we have 2 more choices before we hit off the Hanako route. And I feel like we already are on the Hanako route, right? Like we have clear indications of that. Ah, okay. This just reminds me a little bit of something you guys were discussing in Discord about. There was a vote going on about you have to trust someone in this crowd. Who do you trust more? The person in the Star Wars shirt or the person in the Star Trek shirt? I feel really bad for saying I think I trust the person in the Star Trek shirt more. I'm not a Trekkie. I am not a Trekkie, however. I don't know. It's just the feeling. It's the feeling. But it might also, I guess, depend on like what it is I'm trusting them with. What am I trusting them with? It's too late. A Trekkie won't help. What is Prime Directive? This shows how much I'm not a Trekkie. Is that the like don't involve yourself in undeveloped world stuff? Do they even have that? No, they probably don't, because I feel like there's a lot of Shatner going off to make out with a lot of women in that sort of situation. Star Wars fans after everything. So the side content's good, from what I've heard. Some of the books are really good. They think it's not political. I have not seen a whole lot of Star Trek to make that any sort of judgment on that. Oh, except for a few things, like, well, not like seen, but like heard about, where they were pushing the boundary of what was considered okay back then. All the interesting books they decanonized. Pick the Star Wars person if you need someone to win in a physical fight. Okay, that's fair, actually. Oh, this is a photo that has been run through a filter in Photoshop. I can tell because I've done that in the past too. This is just a filtered photo, I'm pretty certain. That filter probably still exists in Photoshop. It's also been upscaled too, so that might also add to the effect. It's probably just like one filter in Photoshop, to be honest. Glad it existed before AI tools. Yeah. I wonder... I shouldn't say I wonder how many of the VNs that are getting pumped out onto Steam are assisted in that regard now. Okay. Feels weird that there's no music. Let's go back. Let's go back. I can start it up. What's your favorite track from Katawa Shoujo? Wait, oh no, I like this specific one. Let's see. This one just, I feel like it only plays in one person's route. I feel like that actually, there might be a couple that play like that. Where is it? Nope, it's not this one. Is it this? Nope. Romance and Andante? No! How can I not find Red Velvet? Yes! Red Velvet. I found the sheet music for it too. Some of it anyway. Some of it's transcribed. But they don't have everything. And also it might be kind of difficult with some instruments. A lot of it's like, oh, you want finger picking? Okay. That is not something I'm capable of. Took a nap at the beginning of stream. The music in this is very chill, aside from a few instances. It's not just that I have to build the calluses, it's that, like, that's a more advanced technique, the finger picking. Yeah, this is when you take Lily to dinner when you're so adult, right? Yeah. It's really great. Some things stick in your mind, don't they? Okay. And she's wearing a nice fancy dress too. I have all the sprites. How could you forget? Okay. How did the route go? I have not finished Act 1 yet, Azure. We are solidly on Hanako's route, but we're just not to the end of Act 1. We ended on a morning. Red is a great color on her. Jewel tones tend to look good on blondes. So like dark red, dark blue, dark green, things like that. Those are called jewel tones. All jewel tones, right? Dark purple. I can bring it up. I just have to find the right one. Let's see. Into the downloads folder I go. Lily. Let's... I definitely have to make sure with this one. Her pajamas are pretty cute too. Okay, into this folder. This one. Like this. God, that's huge. It's a close-up. Because it's a date, right? Oatmeal beige gray. Oatmeal? I don't know about that, because then it kind of blends into, depending on your skin tone, blondes are usually also pretty fair. So, oatmeal and beige might not be good. Because then it just kind of looks skin tone. And, yeah. She's half Scottish, I think. She is Lily Sato, right? No, she's not full Scottish, I don't think. Unless... Any hair color can work with any color palette of outfit. Okay, fair. It's just, it's way easier. Like, you could wear blue eyeshadow if you have blue eyes. It's just a bit more work to get the right... to get it looking good. Without being overwhelming, so I've heard. Like, choosing the right tone. There's a lot of, what, the undertones of skin? Warm versus cool, also affecting things. Blue lipstick and pink hair. When it comes to more natural colors, you do have to work a bit harder. Okay. Schedule. Clowns are fortunately always in. They went out of style for a little bit after the whole clown fiasco, right? Now I'm imagining actually Misha with frosted blue lipstick. You couldn't wear pastel colors. Accent pieces with darker colors as a base. See? Yeah, you just have to work around it a bit. Clowns got rehabilitation. Yeah, there's a contingent of... I know some people who very much enjoy clowns now. Okay, schedule. Lily, goodbye. This week. This is this past week. I don't have the schedule ready for next week. Monday. Escaflowne. In Discord. Let me... Discord. And... I can totally type. Yes, I wrote Discord. Please be good. Discord. There we go. Okay, you two just took forever. Excellent. Okay. On Wednesday, we're continuing Hack Infection. I have to do a little bit of grinding. I guess I don't have to, but I would like to for equipment. Friday is going to be a new... I'm going to do something new and short, I think. Might be demos. I haven't quite figured it out yet. And Sunday, we're continuing Katawa Shoujo, Hanako's route, for now. Into spring. Do you guys think the beginning of March constitutes spring yet? Or are you waiting until the 20th? Sorry, like March, April, May. That's spring. That's spring. Yeah, I haven't seen Escaflowne in a very long time either. It's going to be very different when you're not... Different viewpoint. There's still snow outside. So sorry. Uh, you, um... You can shovel it out of the way and pretend it's spring? I don't know if we're gonna do the movie right away. I don't think so. That's standalone. You're already in summer? Fun, fun, fun in the sun, sun, sun. I hope you put on sunblock. It will totally melt by May, right? Even in the most snow-capped places I've stayed in, I don't remember... Okay, we're not talking about, like, Pikes Peak and stuff where there's literally snow year-round at the top, right? Actually, is there? I don't remember if there is or not. But even in, like, a lot of cold regions, as long as you're not in Alaska? I don't know what Alaska's weather is like. The hellscape's kind of usually cleared up by May. You'd like to go outside without 2 layers. I hope you get your dream soon. It was nice to actually get snow at the same time. Very frustrating to get snow when you actually have to do something about it yourself. It is gesturing its finger suggestively at spring, but spring is yet still getting ready in the foyer. Spring will be done when it's done, I guess, huh? You can't make it any faster. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Katawa Shoujo on Sunday. Let's see. Let me look at Twitch. A hailstorm surprise in April? No, please no. I like everything I have. I don't want hail. Ever lose a car window to hail? Oh, Canada. Oh, you guys. I guess you would get that because of temperature stuff. Okay. Oh, Maple is continuing Super Metroid. She's on her 3rd part of it. I think we're going to raid Maple. Let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. I just saw someone else. Like, oh, someone else I know is doing ASMR. Oh, wow. She upgraded her model. Okay. Elf to elf. Elf to elf communication. On this side. Thank you, SW. Okay. Snowstorm-based supervillain is called Hail Mary, yes or no? Is she also extremely religious? I've seen hail in summer more than once. Hopefully only by not getting hit by it? Okay. No model jealousy? No, I don't have model jealousy. You can sometimes just appreciate the way someone looks, right? You don't necessarily want that for yourself. Okay. She played college football. She works for Carmen Sandiego. Is that the kind of thing that Carmen Sandiego would do? I guess it would be. Okay. Thank you guys for coming out tonight. Thank you, Lacrosse. I'm not going to bed for a long time. You guys know I just woke up before stream, right? I'm a night blooming elf. Okay, if you're going to bed, have a good night. If not, have fun with Maple. Elf to elf communication. She is playing Super Metroid. And thank you for chiming in on YouTube too. Bye, T101. YSW. Great.